Welcome to the annual budget hearing and regular meeting, North Hunterdon-Voorhees School District. The North Hunterdon-Voorhees Regional High School District Board of Education meeting on Tuesday, April 29th is now called to order. In accordance with the requirements of the Open Public Meeting Act and JSA 10-4-6, adequate notice giving the time, date, location, and to the extent known, the agenda of this meeting was published by the Hunterdon County Democrat and the Star-Ledger on January 9, 2025. In addition, notice of this meeting has been posted at North Hunterdon High School and Voorhees High School, provided to the municipal clerks of Bethlehem Township, Califon Borough, Town of Clinton, Clinton Township, Franklin Township, Glen Gardner Borough, Hampton Borough, Highbridge Borough, Lebanon Township, Tewksbury Township, and Union Township, as well as other interested parties, and posted on the district website. Fire exits are located in the directions indicated. If alerted to fire, please move in a calm and orderly fashion in the nearest smoke-free exit. And just so everyone knows as well, bathrooms, there are bathrooms for use for the public just behind me. At this time, please silence all cell phones. Roll call, please, Doug.
Yes. Ms. Cagney?
Here.
Mr. Chapman?
Here.
Dr. Dini?
Here.
Ms. Gallagher?
Here.
Ms. Hins?
Here.
Ms. Ms. Catron?
Here.
Mr. Lordy?
Here.
Mr. Geisig? Here. Ms. Reyes?
Here.
Mr. Spann?
Here.
Ms. Villota?
Here.
Ms. Salino?
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Rise for the flag salute, please. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
At this time, we would like to welcome Patricia Reese from NJSBA. She's going to give a presentation on the superintendent evaluation process for the Board of Education. Welcome, Patricia.
Thank you for having me. And I understand you have a full agenda. I've talked to the superintendent and board president, and that many of you have done this before in the past. The process for the superintendent evaluation hasn't changed. So we'll go through that quickly. We'll try and touch on, if we have time, the board self-evaluation, because that was newly revised this year. It's not significantly different. It's been aligned better to the superintendent evaluation and more similar, but we'll see. If we don't get through it all tonight, feel free to reach out to me at any time with any questions, a phone call, an email, whatever it is that you need. I'm always available for that. I will caution, like, we're going to talk about the legal guidelines, the process, and then the tool itself. I understand that you don't have, there's no board members that have a family member that work in the district. If you do, you're considered conflicted and can't participate in the superintendent evaluation. But if you don't have anybody, then everybody can take part in this evaluation. You've done this before, so you know this. You're held accountable to the public for oversight of the district and for advancing student achievement. Your primary tool in oversight is the evaluation of your superintendent. So that's why it's critically important that you do that every year. And in fact, not only is it important, the legal guidelines statute says that you must do an annual superintendent's evaluation. As I said, every year. It has to be in writing. It has to be done by a majority of the non-conflicted board members, and that the majority of the board, hopefully the whole board, and the superintendent must meet to discuss the evaluation, and it must be on the goals and objectives of the district and the responsibilities of the superintendent. Code tells us that you have to have it done by July 1st every year. And that you need to include the areas of strength, any areas that you feel need some refocus or improvement, if there's any recommendations for professional growth, and the indicators of student progress. And that there must be a summary conference meeting between the majority of the board, hopefully the whole board, and the superintendent, all by July 1st. You're also, it is also reviewed during your QSAC monitoring review every year, and if you don't do it by July 1st, you have the potential of losing 13 points on the governance indicator. What that means is in any of the indicators on the different sections of QSAC, you can only lose 20 points. So if you lose 13, you only can lose 7 more in governance to fail that indicator. So it's all important. The tool that you use, that we provide for you, is done as a service. It's certainly not the only tool that you can use, but we feel that it streamlines the process. We also developed the tool in collaboration with the Association of School Administrators, so that we feel it better reflects the actual job duties of your superintendent. I looked at your census. We talk about how to make the process easier. Census needs to be up to date. I looked at yours. It's already up to date. You already have, your board goals, and that you're working on an evaluation timeline, because this is a good time to have this conversation. Right? You still have time before July 1st to get through what you need to get through. We'll talk about an evaluation calendar. There's this is a sample of it. There's some in your packet of this, because you can't read it. Really, it starts with setting the board and the superintendent setting district goals, generally in like June, July, and then talking about the progress towards that throughout the year, and this timeline will get you to a July 1st deadline. Which is the goal. Again, it is in your packet. This slide essentially says the same thing, starting with the district the goal setting, updates to the goals, and then from there all the way through to your summer conference. We do recommend, although it's not mandatory, that the board and the superintendent have some kind of pre-conference. Talk about the progress towards district goals, any challenges that there are, or any questions that board members may have. This really just starts like everybody off on the same level, on the same page. Again, it's recommended but not mandatory. Not all boards do that. You have the district goals are generally 3 to 5 goals set, again, collaboratively between the superintendent and the board. And these are the areas that you feel are the primary focus for that year that will advance your student achievement. And that's really what you need to do. The action plans, as you probably know, are set by the superintendent. You talk about what it is you want to accomplish. The action plans say how you're going to do that. And that's all part of the district goals assessment that you're going to go through. This slide shows where you can find access to the superintendent and the board self-evaluation on our landing page. If you go to our home page and scroll down, you will see this slide, and then just click on that. If you do that now, you won't be able to get into the superintendent's evaluation, because the whole process starts with the superintendent inputting their self-evaluation, and so you'll see you won't see anything that's available for you at that point. They input the district goals. They input their any information they want you to consider, and then for the leadership standards, which is the second part of the evaluation, they will input any evidence links that they would like you to consider. Once they put that in and they hit submit, there's a 48-hour waiting period where they have the opportunity to make any changes that they feel they need to make. At the end of that 48 hours, the board, an automatically generated email will go to board members saying your superintendent's evaluation is ready for you to start. There will be a link, and it will take you directly to the superintendent's evaluation. If by chance it doesn't, because sometimes, the internet works until it doesn't, just go back to our home page and you can access it from this link on this page, and you'll have to log in with your district email address and your password that you set, and then click on the superintendent's evaluation. So, and if I feel like I'm talking quickly, so I'm trying to slow myself down. But again, if you have a question during the presentation, feel free to raise your hand, and we'll try to address it.
When you mentioned the optional pre-conference,
Mhm.
are you talking about something that basically just follows sort of the format of the evaluation instrument itself, or something that's just more?
It's more about just kind of, the progress towards district goals, where you are in that should not really be a surprise. There should have been updates throughout that. But if the board member has a question about one of those district goals, hopefully you've had that conversation all along. But it's just like if there's any concerns that have cropped up amongst the board members or a board member, it's just helpful to let the superintendent know. It's all about forming a good board team, which is the board superintendent, to work together to advance student achievement. And however you can do that is really the best.
I have another question too. So we have a unique situation in that the current superintendent has been sitting in the position for less than a year.
Mm-hmm.
So when we do the evaluation, should we be assessing the period of time in which the superintendent was in place? Or do we also assess the interim role as well?
Was it a different interim?
No, same person.
So even interim, where you can assess the progress towards district goals, absolutely you assess from the time he was an interim, because there's not much difference in the job duties between an interim and a full-time. The leadership skills, but he sat in the seat for a year, whether it's interim or other. The only caveat for that is newer board members, you were only evaluating from the time you were sworn in and sit in that seat. You can't evaluate the superintendent for time that you were a private citizen, because as you now know, there's a lot of information that you get as a board member that you don't get as a private citizen. And so for those people, the progress towards district goals is pretty straightforward, and that there should be information that you can assess the superintendent on where that progress is. The leadership standards, however, there is an option. The leadership standards, you may not have enough of an opinion for 4 or 5 months of service to assess the leadership standards. So there is an option there that says not observed. It doesn't work against the overall evaluation of the superintendent, because it's clear you were only in the seat for maybe 4 months, 5 months when you do it. You may not be able to assess what the leadership standard, the leadership skills of the superintendent at that point. So again, it doesn't work against the superintendent, but just wanted to make that caveat. That
question on the CUSAC. So you had mentioned if we don't hit the timeline, it's a ding, so to speak, of 13 points, correct?
it can be, yep.
Okay. And you said the maximum is that you reach is 20 points.
20 in each indicator, yes.
Okay. Hypothetical. Say that happens. Then what? Like what is going over that 20 or reaching that 20 points? What happens in that case?
Your CUSAC review goes to your executive county superintendent,
Right.
and they may come up with ask you to come up with a way to make sure you do it by July 1st every year. Can I say that every county superintendent looks at that? I don't. Everybody's different, but it's just, it really is better for the management of the district that the superintendent evaluation, the board self-evaluation has no timeline, just the superintendent. It really is better for the whole functioning of the district that you do this every year.
Right.
But it's hard to say what each county superintendent will do,
Okay.
honestly.
We haven't established board norms yet. Does that impact any of these decisions that we're making?
No. I mean, you can use the board self-evaluation to help you identify board norms, but it doesn't really, it doesn't impact the superintendent evaluation
No,
whatsoever.
but the board evaluation.
Yeah, it doesn't impact. That's not required. It's a best practice, and it helps you function better and govern better as a board. It's supposed to identify your strengths and the areas that you may need for more professional development or some kind of growth. I saw a hand over here. Okay. So I said the first part of this of the superintendent evaluation is the district goals assessment. So the superintendent would input what the goal is. They would put their comments and any links they want you to consider, and then what their assessment is. When you log in, you'll see all of that information, and then you'll have the opportunity to assess progress towards that. And so you would, then the review is, achieved, satisfactory progress made, or little or no progress made. And it is strongly encouraged and highly recommended that you put commentary there, comments to support what it is, whatever your rating was, whatever your evaluation was. I will say that when the compilation report comes out, it's anonymous for the board members. There's no names next to who made what comments. And in fact, if you're the first person that finishes the evaluation, your comments may not always be first in the list of comments. It's just, the goal is not to identify you in this report. Now, if you say something, say that was my comment, there's no reason why you can't, but there's nothing in this report. And so you see that for all the different, for each goal, you'll see that slide. This is what the compilation of the goal looks like, the compilation report. So it'll list the goal, it'll have the superintendent comment, and then you'll see the board members' comments in a list. Then you'll see underneath that the ratings, what the superintendent rated, and then where the board members fell. You see in this one, 7 felt it was achieved, 1 felt it was satisfactory progress, and 1 felt little or no progress made. The other main point to make about this evaluation, it is a majority written piece. So whatever the majority evaluation is, or ratings are, that's what's included in the evaluation, the written evaluation at the end. We'll talk about in the summary conference an opportunity for the minority opinion to be expressed, but the written evaluation itself is a majority written piece.
I have a question. If you are in a tie, there's split. I know in the past Gwen had said when it's a split decision, that needs to be summarized, that it was a split, it wasn't one indicator or the other. Yeah. What do you recommend?
When you're split?
When it's a split, when you're giving that, when you're noting the indicators and it's 7 are achieved or 6 are achieved and 6 are, there's 12 of us. So,
oh, wow, so 12, so usually there's not a number. So that's when your value, the board members will come together with a compilation before you meet with the superintendent. And we'll talk about that in a little bit. And you will, as a group, discuss what the majority opinion will be. I would say that if it's evenly split, you probably just should note that. I mean, it's helpful for the superintendent to know these things.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Or can go by weight.
We don't go by.
Go by weight, evaluate the superintendent evaluation.
It's anonymous, right?
It's anonymous, so you can't have to.
Your
There's no
comments
weighting
will,
on your
you will complete this, your comments.
No, but what I'm saying is like there would be no way for Dr. Burbax to know how the outcome came out. You could still score it anonymously.
We can't,
No?
it's anonymous, but no weight.
What I'm saying is, when this is compiled, the data,
Yep.
and let's say 6 people say it's satisfactory,
Yep.
and 6 say exemplary, it's not necessarily one or the other. The superintendent isn't just rated as satisfactory or exemplary. It's halfway in between. So it has to be measured. It has to be stated as such. And like Patricia's saying, it's constructive criticism.
Yeah.
You want the superintendent to know that window.
Yeah, that makes sense.
If it's the difference between achieved and
Satisfactory
satisfactory,
progress and you have 12 people, the majority of the board feels that there was progress made towards that goal. If you, I was thinking if you say 6 say satisfactory progress and 6 say little or no progress, that to me, I would think that you at least want to let the superintendent know. But the superintendent doesn't get, and I'll go into the process of who gets the compilation report. They don't have access to that unless you give it to them, which can be helpful as well. The next part of the superintendent evaluation is you're evaluating the superintendent on leadership standards. We've developed these again with New Jersey ASA, Association of School Administrators, and we use this organization for their professional standards because we feel that the leadership standards best reflect what it takes for a superintendent to lead a district that leads to student achievement and student success. And we also feel it helps you identify areas of strength and areas where more focus may be needed. There are 6 leadership standards, and these are the 6 leadership standards that you're assessing on for the superintendent. And just how does the leadership standard look? I'm going to put up all the dings instead of one at a time. Oops. When you pull up the leadership standard part of it, you'll see the standard will be identified, the definition of what the standard is, and then underneath that you'll see a rating scale. Every standard is either exemplary, proficient, area for growth, unsatisfactory, or not observed, but the definition of what exemplary is all changes per standard. So they're not all the same. So you'll see the standard, you'll see what the rating scale is, and then there's a list of suggested resources that you might consider, and then there's also a spot for the superintendent to add resources or a link to resources for you to consider. Underneath that, you'll see the standard name and then the indicators for that standard. The first standard has 2 indicators, and you'll get to select what you feel it was based on the rating scale that's there. And again, on this one, you'll see there's an option to say not observed. So if you're a newer board member with 4 or 5 months of experience, this might be where you say that something is not observed. And then you do whatever rating you feel is appropriate. Again, it's really helpful if you add commentary to support, because as you know, when you have performance reviews at work, it's helpful if you know why you got the rating and where you may need to improve or where you're excelling. It really just helps the overall process. This is a sample of the compilation of a leadership standard. This is standard number 2, and this standard has 7 indicators, and here you will see how they each fall out. So you'll see how many board members registered whatever their rating was. And on the bottom, and any commentary will also, board member comments will also be listed here. Just in blowing up for the slide, we can't fit it all on the slide, but it will be identified here. And then you'll see down below what the overall assessment is of the board members, where that falls out. Okay, so the compilation report is all the data come together. It's generated in our system. Again, the written evaluation is a majority opinion piece. It's the way it is by nature. It's the way it is by statute. And so that's how the annual report is written, by that. So what happens to get to the annual report? Generally, boards need 2 executive sessions to do that. Once the evaluation is completed, I will send a confidential email to your board president that will include a link to the confidential site for your superintendent's evaluation. You first executive session. Sometimes board presidents, I don't know what your process is, sometimes they kind of rough draft a written commentary beforehand to bring to the board. Sometimes they sit together and you all hash out whatever that commentary, that written narrative might be. But you need to do that at least discuss it in an executive session without the superintendent at this point. You need to write the superintendent, and then based on that discussion, your board president will write the summative evaluation, the narrative evaluation. And your second executive session will include the superintendent, and again, superintendent needs to be right, and you will have that opportunity to discuss with the superintendent what their evaluation is. There is in your packet a template of this. This is a template that you can use to write the report or not. It's there as a convenience and a service to you. It's not, it's not mandatory. Whatever your process is that's been successful is okay. But if you want something to kind of help you along, this is what it is. That was the standards, the goal. This part is the goals, about the goals, whether it's been achieved, and this part talks about the leadership standards, where they fall. And then, as I said earlier, the evaluation must include areas of strength and areas that may need more work with. And so this allows you to do that if you choose. You can choose more than one areas of strength and in the leadership standards, and more than one area of needs improvement, or none. It's really however the evaluation falls out. So what happens at the annual summary conference? Again, you have to write the superintendent, and it should be a majority of the board members present during this evaluation, during this conference. It's really helpful to share the evaluation with your superintendent ahead of time, so they have the opportunity to read through it and have a more productive discussion. Because I know when you sit down in the moment and you've not had the opportunity, it's hard to have a productive discussion. And as I said numerous times, it's a majority written piece, but this is the opportunity, if there are minority opinions, for them to express their minority opinions, because it really is helpful to the superintendent to move forward, hearing all voices. And the process just is as majority, but they want to hear what everybody's opinion is. Then so that you can show to CUSEC that you've done it, you just identify in your executive session minutes that the conference was held. So the next steps, I think I talked about most of this. Your board president will receive the confidential compilation report via our website. You write the superintendent, you have your one executive session, and then the second. This first executive session where you discuss it, then the board president writes their summative evaluation, and then you have the second one. Now, who keeps a copy? It's a personnel document. We can't keep a copy. So on about December or January, we purge the system of the prior year's evaluation. Again, it's a personnel document. It's not there for us. So if you don't have a copy, we can't get you one the next year because we don't have it. But we do recommend that the superintendent keep their own copy, and many boards give the board copy to the board attorney. I talked about it being an ongoing communication throughout the year. They're really, except for maybe newer board members, shouldn't really be any surprises. A good functioning team that's working towards student success works together collaboratively throughout the year, not just at specific times. And then, does anybody have any more questions on the superintendent evaluation? I know we kind of powered through it. Again, you can always call me. Do we have time to touch on the board self-evaluation? It's up to you.
We can give you another 6 minutes. Can you
Okay, 5 or 6 minutes.
Especially for the 2 new board members.
Only because it's a new version this year, and so I just touch on some of that. I mean, so you know why you do it. It's a self-reflection of the board. There's no timeline, and it's the board team, so the superintendent can be part part of that, can complete the board self-evaluation. Some do, some don't. It's really up to them. There's, as I said, no deadline, and it's not required, but it is considered a best practice because it helps you improve your governance and helps you improve working together collaboratively towards student success. Again, it's an annual thing. Many boards do it over the summer, and it helps you maybe identify what board goals you may want to work on in the coming year. So this is where, when you log in, this is kind of what you see, and what you start. But this is where the big change is. We've aligned this to be more similar to the superintendent's evaluation, and so the rating scale is similar. And there's definitions. Before it was, commendable, good, adequate, unsatisfactory, and people were like, they're kind of vague, like what is that? So this is exemplaries all the time, proficient is most of the time, and so forth as you go through that. And new this year is an evaluate, if you have board goals, that the board president can input the board goals and you can evaluate the board on progress toward those goals. If you don't have board goals, the president still needs to go in, and in the upper corner you'll see a checkbox that says the board has no goals, and then you won't have to complete that part. But the board president has to go in first and either check that or enter the board goals and any links or documentation they want you to consider. But if there's no board goals, then we move on to as you go past that. And this is what you see when you look at board goals. You list the goals, and board goals are usually 3 to 5 areas you want to focus on. You see something as, for boards that don't get it done by July 1st, many times their next year they'll put that as a board goal to do that, and like district goals, periodically report out progress towards those goals. And then this is the big change as well. There's the board goals that you're assessing, progress towards that, but now there are 6 standards that you're assessing, not 9. And these are, you're assessing the board team and how you work together. For each of the 9, before, underneath that, you would then assess how you impacted that. That's gone. There is a section where you can put what you've your impact on that is, but for this you're just assessing each of these standards as a board team. And this, like the superintendent, so you'll see the same thing. You'll see the standard, the indicators, and however you rate them, put in any commentary that you feel supports whatever it is that you said. And then on each standard, there's an open-ended question where you're saying, what's the team's greatest strength, and what's the team's need for improvement or further development. That's on each of the 6 standards. And then at the end, there's this rating of your individual contribution to the board team. There's no open-ended questions. There's 11 indicators, and you just rate them what your impact is, what you feel your impact is on the board team, on these 11 indicators. So these are the main differences. Again, we feel that these better reflect the duties and responsibilities of the board than they have in the past. And then they're shorter. And then at the end, there's just 2 questions. What do you consider to be the board's, and this is, when it says the board, it's the board team's greatest strength, and what do you think that you need to focus more attention on? And sometimes it's those 2 that help you determine board goals. When you go in to do the board self-evaluation or the superintendent's evaluation, when you click on, you will only see your results. For the board self-evaluation, you can go in and see the tracking report, which tells you who started, who completed, where that is. The board president can see that for the superintendent's evaluation, the tracking report, to see who is where they are. And then to get the compilation report, it's somewhat different than the superintendent's evaluation. I pull the results and I bring the compilation report to you or send it to your board president, with a review of the data. New this year also is a chart. This chart is different. We feel that it's easier to read, especially for the 6 standards. And you see it shows you by color where the ratings were in this. And many times when you see a lot of the lower half, in this example there aren't much, that might be areas that you key in for a board goal, whatever that might be. And then in future years, it won't show this year because this is the first year we're doing this version, but in future years, you'll see the current year and the past year where the board rated itself. This is the landing page when you go to our evaluation site and there's lots of resources here for each of the evaluations that you can access. And then when the superintendent's evaluation is available to you, you can also access it from here where it says Begin Now. You have to log in with your to our system first, but it's all here, and there's FAQs for each of them, and lots of other stuff. And just a caution that you are evaluating the board team's performance as a whole. It's not this is not an evaluation where you're evaluating staff or the district. This is looking at the board team, because you need to work together to advance student achievement. That's really why we're all here, right? That's exactly your goal, and so that's what this tool is helpful for. And then I think I, again, powered through it, and if you have any questions, feel free. Use the resources online, but again, reach out to me, email, call, or, I'm available. Welcome. All right. Well, thank you.
The board members, Patty
Has sent that to Dr. Burjak, so it'll be in the drive, so you can have review the whole presentation. Okay, I'd like to call for a motion second to bring the February 25th, 2025 school board meeting minutes from the table.
So moved.
Second.
It was Nicole, it was Brendan and Nicole.
Okay.
No, I think it was Dan.
Oh, sorry, Dan. Sorry, my apologies. Now can I go ahead and move for a second?
Yeah.
I need a motion second to approve agenda items 4.1.1 and 4.1.2. All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays? Abstentions?
Abstention 5.1.2.
Point of order, though. We first needed to vote on remove it from the table and then have a second motion.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, so if we could go back.
Let's go back to the first motion. I had a motion from Dan and second from Nicole.
Right.
And we need a vote.
Votes, just a voice.
I just had a question. Why did we move it up? Why did we put it on the table? I forget why we had delayed in approving it.
It was review of minutes. It was review of the minutes.
No, I know, but why did we pull it from the table, or pull it from the vote last month? I forget.
It was questioned regarding language. So it's been reviewed.
That's correct. It was a language issue that there was some concern about, so we pulled it, and we're just bringing it back to the.
Did you change anything?
No.
That we should know
No.
of?
No.
Okay.
Voice.
So we need all in favor?
Aye.
Any nays or abstentions?
Abstention?
This is for the
In
first.
February, right, because I was, not the meeting, the February meeting.
So that's Christina?
No.
I was confused, I'm sorry. I thought we were voting on both. So I'm yes for February for the 5.1.1.
But Beth is an abstention for 5 point.
To remove it from the table.
Removing from the table, Oh, I see, okay. So no, I'm a yes, I'm removing it from the table.
Okay, so it's unanimous.
Extension on the point.
Okay.
Now we need a motion.
Right, now we need a motion and a second to approve agenda items 4.1.1 and 4.1.2.
5.1.
I'll get it right tonight. 5.1.1 and 5.1.2.
So moved.
We got Cynthia, I saw her hand first. Who's?
Tara.
Thank you.
And we need a,
Now, tonight, just voice.
are you going to do a roll call or just voice vote?
You can do voice on this.
All right, voice vote, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any nays or abstentions?
Abstention from 5.1.2.
I abstain as well, 5.1.2.
So.
Yep, covering it.
Who else? Was it just substitutes? Okay.
Two.
Okay.
Okay, at this time, we'd like to have recognition of our student achievements. Dr.
First.
Yeah, that's what it is. Dr. Cottrell.
All right, it's my pleasure to introduce to you tonight Claire Rozpadowski. Claire is an outstanding sophomore that we're very proud of at North Hunterdon High School. Claire has actually won this year the state fencing championship in women's foil. And that, I mean, just to reiterate, what that means is Claire is the best in the state of New Jersey in women's foil. So a little bit more about Claire. Claire started fencing in 7th grade. She devoted herself to the sport, traveling all over the country, spending countless hours practicing and competing both on our school team as well as in a variety of tournaments. And her victory at the state level is a testament really to her hard work that she's put in. This year, Claire competed in the prestigious 2025 Junior Olympics in the 17th and under division, and she placed 6th in cadet women's foil out of 216 other Olympians. That's impressive, yes. Claire is also ranked first in the region and 34th nationally in cadet women's foil. At North, she won Fencer of the Year for the 2024-25 season and went undefeated this year with a 33-0 record. As a freshman last year, she also started on the team, and she has been a standout leader on the team. And she's, again, amongst her peers on the team, she's acknowledged for her hard work and dedication to the sport and for her team. Claire looks forward to a future that includes a marketing and business degree in college, hopefully. She hasn't decided where yet. Obviously, she's still only a sophomore, but she's got a bright future ahead of her, and we look forward to watching her success both here at North and in her fencing career. So congratulations, Claire. We're grateful. Sure. It's okay, mom's first.
Yeah. Mom's thinking all those ways, and so she goes first.
At this time, Ron, Mr. Peterson? Yes.
Good evening, everybody. Brooke Englert is a sophomore at Voorhees High School who was really looking forward to being here today. And unfortunately got an email from mom this afternoon saying she wasn't going to make it. I said, no worries, we'll catch you at another time and bring you back up. So I'm just going to give you a little tease to who she is and what she does. Brooke is a sophomore and she competes on the regional and has been invited to compete at the national level in a series just under the World Cup in mogul skiing. So, and she does that with probably at most a third of the practice time with the other girls that she's competing against. So I'll go a list through of our accolades and everything else when she finally can be here. but it's very impressive. And before that, I'll send Dr. Burgess some videos and some photos of her skiing so he can share that all with you. Okay, thank you.
A lot of talent here, a lot of talent. Moving on, recognition of, board student representative report, Shivam Patel from North Hunterdon High School and Sarah Schwerk from Voorhees. Who would like to go?
All right, I got it. First I want to say, thanks for welcoming me back. It's been a while since I've been here, so for the report, so North Hunterdon Show Choir at the Oxford Invitational, they achieved a gold ranking in their very first appearance, which was huge, and they placed second overall in the category for show, pop, and jazz. So also for Claire, I was going to recognize her, but she's been recognized. I guess we'll recognize her again, obviously, because state champion is a huge feat, and that's, as a sophomore, that's amazing. So this Wednesday and Thursday we have peer leadership outreaching to middle schools. So that's for 8th graders moving into high school to comfort them in the move up, get them to know more about what the high school experience is like, get that edge off about, high school is so scary, we're trying to help them get that edge off. So this Thursday, May 1st, is Culture Day. So at North, that's run by the Diversity Club, and that's a huge thing that we do at North. Parents and students volunteer. They volunteer their time throughout the whole day. They set up a table, a poster, and TVs, and bring a lot of food to show their culture and bring some awareness for their culture. That day is also Decision Day for a lot of seniors, so that's exciting. The Special Olympics event is happening this Sunday. So special needs individuals are trained by North student volunteers to compete in their events against the county, and that's a big event. And also, North holds the event here for Hunterdon and Warren County, so that's pretty interesting that we hold that for everyone. So the cabaret is coming this weekend. AP testing is on May 5th. May 9th, 6:30 to 8:30 on Singley Field. We're having a remembrance for Sophia de Torres, and to just come together as a community. And if you do decide to come, that would be amazing, and it's pink themed. Because of Joey, that's an event that we're holding here in Place for Really for Life. So that's to raise money for Pediatric Cancer Foundation, and May 22nd specifically to raise money for Pediatric Cancer Foundation. Looking ahead, we have the spring concert and senior prom, and then eventually graduation. So, yep, that's all I have.
So, Voorhees, starting with sports, we've had a lot of successful sports so far this season. Our boys golf team is currently undefeated. Boys lacrosse is currently 7-3, and they're going to be holding a Dine and Donate this week, tomorrow, on April 30th at Max's. Boys volleyball is also up to a very good start. They're 7-3 as well, which is a big improvement from last season. Girls track was at Penn Relays this past weekend. We had both a 4x1 and a 4x4 competing, and girls track will also be holding a car wash this Saturday, May 3rd. Boys track is also up to a very strong season. Recently, we had some of our boys distance athletes compete at the Bridge Night of 1600s, and one of our runners, Dylan Devine, won. He came first place out of 567 boys running the mile. He won the entire thing. He's a junior, so he's still got time to cut that time down even more. And then our unified football team, this is the first year that we're having it. They did a practice partner with the New York Jets back on April 10th, and that was an amazing opportunity for them. They had their first ever game April 28th against Westmore Central, and they won 27-12. They had another game after school today. Don't know what the final score was. They were winning 13-6 when I left, so.
They won.
They won? Okay, good. Good to hear. As for our arts, Fiddler on the Roof had their performances earlier this month. They were very successful. And then more with clubs. Unified Club held their silent disco March 27th, which was a huge success. And the class of 2026 held a silent auction on March 28th to help raise more money for prom. Students for Change hosted Carteret High School in the beginning of April. So they did a lot of bonding with that school, people from those school. They did a scavenger hunt. They had a dodgeball tournament. They just went around. It was a really fun day for them. Our student high school integration program held their 8th grade move-up dance on April 11th, and that had amazing attendance. And similar to North this week, they're also doing their outreach visits. The first one was yesterday, and the second one was today, to all the sending middle schools. Those were a huge success. We are hosting our third blood drive of the year this week on Thursday, May 1st, and we had a representative from the New York Blood Center at school today during lunches. And then we will also be hosting our Relay for Life later this week on Friday.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, moving on. I'd like a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 042925-5 for an executive session to discuss matters reflected in the attached resolution. The board expects to be in exec session for approximately 1 hour, and upon return to public session, action will be taken. I need a voice vote. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
I need a motion.
This is the,
Second.
thank you.
Second.
Motion second, all in
Who's
favor?
the second?
I did.
Thank you.
Yep.
Now I can.
Yeah.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays or abstentions? We'll get it right. It's been a rough night.
Yes.
Need a motion and second to reconvene public session.
Second.
Beth and Nicole. Okay, moving on to
Yeah, we need to.
oh, sorry. This has been my whole night. I can do a voice vote, correct? All in favor? Aye. Any nays or abstentions? It's been a long day. Moving on to public hearing and adoption of the 2025-26 school year budget. We will have a public hearing presentation on the school year budget.
All right, thank you, Ms. Salino. G, can you put our first slide up there? Excellent. All right, thank you. Welcome, everybody, to the public hearing presentation for the 2025-2026 school year budget. First thing I'm going to talk about is our budget goals. So as a superintendent, this is really why we are developing a budget for next year, and I want everyone to be very clear as to what our rationales are and what we try to accomplish by collecting money from the taxpayers every year so we can educate students in this district. So the first goal that we have is to provide a thorough and efficient education to the entire student population. I do want to expand on that a little bit to say that this includes every student, regardless of ability, so that they are successful after completing their high school education, whether a student is going to the workforce, whether they're going to the military, whether they're going to trade school or an Ivy League school. We want all of our students to be prepared for that, and this budget will do that. The next one down says maintain current levels of student academic courses, co-curricular offerings, and athletic programs. That is the way that we prepare those students, as we mentioned in item 1, to provide that thorough and efficient education. This budget supports that through maintaining 27 advanced placement courses, in addition to 3 different levels that our students are eligible to take, which are college level, advanced, and honors level courses. We also offer a slew of electives through our visual and performing arts programs that benefits our students. That also includes 154 clubs and activities throughout both of our schools, as well as 36 different types of sports offered, both girls and boys, multiple levels, freshman, JV, and varsity in most cases, and unified sports, which is also another great part of our district and something we're very proud of. We also maintain, this program also maintains many of our self-contained inclusive programs for our students with special needs, from career development to autism and multiple disability programs to the Lion Pride Academy. Again, all of this budget was developed with the students in mind to be able to make sure that we are providing for our students what they need academically, socially, athletically, and through the visual and performing arts. The next one down says maintain safe and functional and clean facilities. North Hunterdon was built in the early 1950s, Voorhees in the mid-70s. Maintaining these facilities is increasingly expensive, and we also want to continue to maintain a safe and secure environment through our facility projects so that our students feel safe when they come to school. We've done that through the double entry doors, the bulletproof glass, making sure that we maintain personnel and all the things that make our students feel safe once they get in school and they're in the middle of their academic program. We also have the unique distinction of having 2 high schools. There are many times we are compared to other high schools in the area. We are the only one that has 2, so that means we have 2 buildings to maintain, including athletic fields, 2 football fields, 2 stages, 2 gymnasiums, multiple boilers, et cetera, et cetera. Everything that you can imagine a high school has to maintain from a facility standpoint, we have 2 of those. We also want to meet our contractual obligations, and while our largest contractual obligations are the professional association contracts through teachers and administrators, but we also contract for our transportation services and our food services program, things like speech and language services we contract out for. We contract for a lot of different things that we don't have enough to be able to maintain a full-time person to provide those services, but we have to be able to contract out for them. And this budget prepares for that, meets our contractual obligations. We also want to attract and retain highly qualified staff members. That is one of the most important aspects of maintaining the reputation of our district. Competitive salaries and a working environment that is professional and welcoming are things that this budget will support. So we'll pay our people well, we'll treat them well, and we will make sure that they are doing their jobs well so that our students benefit from that. We also need to meet the state of New Jersey mandates. Each year we are faced with more and more unfunded mandates from the state. Something we talked about in the past many times is our HIB laws. That's an example. With the amount of resources, including personnel, that are required with no additional state funding. The Teach NJ and Achieve NJ Act, which is our evaluation process that we were forced into by the state to choose one of their approved evaluation models. That costs money. And things like the park exams, when we had to administer that. We had to make sure every student had a device to be able to do that and things of that nature. These are all things that we have been able to maintain with our budget over the years. This budget allows us to continue to maintain those mandates. And last but not least, we want to prepare a budget that is fiscally responsible to the district's taxpayers. We are a fiscally responsible district. We always keep costs as low as possible. But there is a time where we try not to be penny wise and pound foolish, because looking to the future of what our district will be, we want to make sure that we're prepared for any unexpected expenses. And to make sure that we have some cushion so that we don't expend every last penny and then find out that we need to raise a large amount of money in one year so that we have to go up for referendum or other means to be able to meet those needs. So far, we have been able to do a phenomenal job at that. And I hope that this budget I know that this budget is prepared so that we can continue to do that. So when you hear the details of this budget coming up, I want you to understand that this is for the coming year, but the implications of how much this budget goes up will have some impacts for many years to come, because if we don't raise the money this year, it's not going to be there next year, and it's forever lost, and then we will never get that back. So I just want to make that clear that we have developed the budget with that in mind, that we want to look at our immediate concerns, but also we want to plan for the future for our district as well. Okay, so let's go on to the next slide, which is enrollments. And this slide is going to be very difficult for you to see because it's hard for me to see and I'm right in front of it. But you can get this online. It is available for you online, so you can see this in more detail. But the gist of this slide is to talk about where our enrollments are at North Hunterdon and Voorhees. At Voorhees right now, Voorhees students that are just Voorhees students at Voorhees High School, there's 742 students there. We also host academies at Voorhees High School. We host an environmental science academy, a computer science academy, and an animal science academy. All of those students that are in those academies are considered Hunterdon County Vocational School District students, so they don't count towards our rolls. But when you add those students in who we provide education for, instructional program, English, math, science, all the other programs besides their academic classes, and counseling services through guidance counseling and child study team services, nursing services, all those other pieces, we have 966 students at Voorhees, which keeps us about flat. Same thing at North Hunterdon. 1,262 students would be in North Hunterdon if we didn't have any academies. North Hunterdon hosts the Biomedical Academy that has 2 sections in it, and that adds another 163 students, which brings them up to 1,435 students at North Hunterdon. The purpose of this slide was to really show you that our enrollment in our district has been declining. And somewhat significantly over the last 5 years. We have been able to, through innovative ways, be able to invite academies into our buildings. Some of these academy students would have been our students anyway, but some of them are not. They're from all across the county. We provide the education for them, and then the benefit to us is that we get a percentage of the tuition that Hunterdon County Polytech charges. So it is a win-win situation for the Polytech students. It's a win-win situation for our kids because they don't have to travel somewhere else to get this academy experience, and it's a win for us because we get to maintain our enrollments as well. Okay. Next slide, and I'm going to turn it over to Doug, who is going to talk about a lot of numbers.
Thanks. I'm Doug Pike. I'm your interim business administrator, filling in for Katie Blue, and I just want you to know that when I arrived here in the middle of February, that both her and Rich had done a lot of work already on the appropriation side of the budget preparation for this year. What we didn't have at that time were the revenues to take a look at. But the programs that Rich is talking about, this is how the communities will support our ability to provide those services. Keep it in mind that what I'm showing you here, this is the March 18th preliminary budget that was approved at 2.67% increase over the prior year. Okay, that's what we're giving you tonight because that's what the county has said. your budget works. You know, you can move forward with that as you see fit. So with that in mind, that we're looking at a $56 million local tax levy, which is going to be spread out over the 12 communities. That's a 1.4%, almost $1.5 million increase over the prior year. And as you can see, our total operation expense is about $66.5 million that we need. We have a couple other components that build into our revenue, which is tuition, interest, state aid. Got some good news on that this year. Medicaid declined, but not a significant impact to the overall budget. And then we have our fund balance that we always push forward each year to utilize, and that's generated as a result of a budget plan, operational year, into year. There may be things that are dollars are left over, and that's what you're seeing here. So, the board's authority is on an annual basis is to increase tax levy by 2% without having to go to the voters. That's your ability to do that. Anything above that, you must have either a waiver or some bank cap, and I'll talk about that in just a minute. Let's go to the next slide. So those dollars that I had just shown you, this is how they'll be allocated for the coming year. And as you can see, the salaries and benefits are the biggest part of this. Almost 68% of the total budget go to salaries and benefits. And then you can see that transportation is a large component, professional services, and on down, all the way down. And the reason capital is so, it's less than 1%, and it's shown at 0. You've spent a lot of money on capital in other years. You just didn't do it in this fiscal year, so that's why that's such a number. Go ahead, G. And this is just a quick summary. That we got 66.6 million that were needed for operating budget, which is 1.7 million increase over the current year. So we have increase in taxes, but we've also decreased the budgeted fund balance. Go ahead, G. Now, this is your state aid. We've got $4.2 million, almost 4.3 for fiscal year 25-26. That's up 200,000 over the prior year. But here's what's important about this slide, and you'll see it in a future slide here, is that in 2018-19, you were getting $5.8 million from the state of New Jersey to fund education here. Now we're down to 4.2. And what does that mean? Where does the balance of that come from? Well, it comes from the taxpayers. That's what those dollars are made of. And so what the state has done over a period of time, and as you can see for a period of years it was declining, they pushed the support of education back to the local level by withdrawing some of the state aid. So I wanted you to see that and know that, but it was helpful that we got this 217 to help close the gap between our revenues and our appropriation that we were planning on. Go ahead, G. Okay, this is just a little history on our local tax levy over the years. In 2021, you did not increase taxes at all. And here's what happened as a result of that. You had $978,000 in bank cap that materialized as a result of not utilizing it. So you have 3 years to utilize that. And then over the subsequent years, the past 5 years, you've used either bank cap or, as in this fiscal year here, the current, or the 25-26, you have a health care waiver that's available to you. And that's why this is 0.67 over the 2%, because it's about $386,000, I believe, is what that waiver provides you. Next slide. So this gives us an idea of and the source of these numbers, when I look at the revenues and expenses prior to here, they came out of your annual audit. It shows you revenues and your expenses. As you can see, we're meeting our expenses and our obligations as we go forward, or in the past. As we go forward, and this is the projection saying, hey, you're only going to get a 2% tax levy increase. Your budgeted fund balance is going to stay flat. We don't anticipate that state aid is going to increase that much. So it's kind of a real conservative view of what kind of revenues we'll have over the next 5 years. And then we looked at, what can we anticipate in the way of increases in expenditures. And of course, salaries and benefits are the biggest component of that. And we factored in, I recall, I think it was whatever the last settlement was, we project that over the next 5 years. And then you see that in time, you know, we develop a gap, and we'll come up short in the long run. So that's where that state aid, when you think about that state aid being withdrawn from the district to be utilized, that now you've got to come up with local dollars. And next. Okay, the tax impact. Next page. I love this slide because it's so confusing. Jeez. So, because you're 12 municipalities, you each get that $56 million that I was talking about at the beginning, the local tax levy. Each community gets a portion of that, and here's how it's determined. You know, this is the percentage share of that $56 million that each one of your communities will be handed to, collect from the local homeowners. Now, this shows that last year, and I'll use Bethlehem because it's top of the list, you know, they got 7.1% of the bucket, and this year they get 7.4%. And you say, well, why is that? Two factors. One is equalized values. That can change year over year. And number two is that there's a enrollment component. And what the State Department of Taxation does is they look at the elementary enrollments and the high school enrollments, and they do a ratio. And they lay that ratio against the equalized valuations and attribute the percentage of high school kids to the high school and the percentage of the elementary to the grade schools. And that's how that is determined. I'm going to stop there because I go too much further than that, and my eyes are starting to roll too. Okay, and then, oh yeah, you can go back, go to the pie. This is just a picture of what I just showed you on that scheme. You can see which community, and again, you can lay this against the percentage of the tax burden against students, and you can see that there's the ratio fits. So, and then what else do we have here? One last slide. Okay, this was just, we put this together just to show the difference between the 2.67 tax levy for the coming fiscal year versus if we were to go at 2%. Based on average home values of our communities, this is what you see. So in order to go from 2% to 2.67 in Bethlehem Township, it'll take $21.77 a year for that change. And you can see the rest there. And I think with that, last slide. Yeah, we're at this point right now. We're at the public hearing, and hopefully we'll have an adoption tonight. And then once that occurs, by May 19th, we have to certify taxes to municipal clerks, and then we'll implement the budget. And we do have resources. The user-friendly budget will be available 48 hours after submitted to the county office. That's all I have. Good.
Thank you, Doug.
Thank you, Doug.
Thank you.
Thank you, Doug. I know.
Okay.
So, I'd like to call for a motion second to approve resolution.
Public comment.
Oh, I keep doing this. It's going to be the life of it today. 9.2.
9.1.
Sorry. We have an opportunity for public comment during this portion of the meeting. The public is invited to address the board with questions or comments on the 25-26 school year budget. The public is requested to sign the register provided for purpose and to state their name, municipality of residence, group, affiliation, if applicable, and direct their comments to the school board president. Yes, this is just on the budget.
Hi, everyone. My name is Yvonne Shepard, and I am from Franklin Township, Hunterdon County. There's so many Franklin Townships. I've been a resident of Hunterdon County for 49 years, and I hope to stay here until I am 10 feet under this lovely land. I been very pleased to be here, and one of the reasons I'm pleased is because my property values have been kept up, and I believe the school system has been a key component of keeping those property values up. So I'm speaking to you as a taxpayer here. I totally approve and support the budget that requires 2.67% of the municipal tax burden. The reason for that is that I have had interactions with administrators in North Hunterdon and Voorhees, teachers and students, and I never cease to be impressed by what they have been able to do and their professionalism and ability to produce good, educated citizens, which is what we are all wanting to have. So I totally support the schools. The second thing is that when you look at the budget, and I did attend the last meeting online because I couldn't be here in person, but I did attend the last meeting online. When you look at the budget in detail, we all have, at least most of us, have tried to get health care lately. Well, that has gone up significantly. We all know that with all of the shenanigans that are going on now, with the tariffs and everything else, all of our prices are getting driven up. So our teachers and the professionals that support our school system need to continue to have the ability to live and live well, and we're in a competitive environment with that. I further assume that the budget had been socialized before last board meeting, that this didn't come as a surprise. I listened to Mr. Spanton talk about the need and the downside potential if you don't adopt that budget, what the downside potential could be. I'm not willing, and I also heard President Solino say that she was uncomfortable with a budget that was higher than 2%. Well, I'm here to tell you, Ms. Kimberly Solino, that comfort and feelings have nothing to do with this, only facts. So if we have facts that say that the budget was developed in a bad way, or that there is a problem in a budget area, let's bring that out. You don't have to bring it out to us, but let's bring that out clearly to all the members of the board, and let's deal with that and let's find a solution to that. But feelings have nothing to do with this. Facts, nothing but the facts, ma'am. And the second point I want to make about that is that I was very disturbed as a result of the last meeting. The toxic environment that I found in that meeting was really appalling to me. The fact that Mrs. Solino banged that gavel until it fell out of her hand to shut out one of her fellow board members was incredible to me. I have a lot of business experience. I've been in a lot of boards, and you as a leader, what you have to do is channel the talents of all of your board members so that together as a group you can come up with better solutions. But what happened at that meeting, with that budget meeting, was unconscionable. And I think, Ms. Solano, you owe an apology to all of us for your bullish behavior, which puts out a very bad example to everyone and to all the children that are students that may have seen you. Thank you very much. Any questions?
Hi, I'm John Michoni from Tewksbury Township. As you can see, I'm an old guy, living on my 301k, as retired. And I appreciate anybody who's trying to save me money. I really do. However, I also come back to 26 years ago when I moved my family to Hunterdon County. I moved here because we had a short list of good school districts that we wanted to send our kids to. And that's part of the reason we came here. And, property values continuing to increase and be valuable, we want that school district to continue. But more importantly, I support the 2.67 number versus the 2 because of what the future is going to bring. right? You know, if you cut out that difference this year, and I think it was about $350,000 I saw on the chart, you know, that's 4 or 5 employees. But more importantly, let's talk about next year. Between now and next year, the president has moved to cut out the Department of Education, which will have a cascading effect on money, you know, throughout the entire education community. We will have a new governor. We will have new state legislatures. The governor and the state assembly could switch parties. We don't know the impacts that will have. And as you read of all the other boards of eds who are out there trying to figure out how to cut multiple dozens of employees out of their staffs, we may be in that position next year because the formula could change significantly between now and then. Instead of being up 300,000, maybe we're down 300,000. So if we voluntarily take out this money this year and can't have it again next year, we may have started off a process where we're going to be looking at several dozen cuts next year. Now, if you feel like, you know, I'm being dramatic, right? You look at, I think it was Lacey Township, cutting out all of their athletics, right? There's a school district cutting out 52 employees. There are schools being closed. So if we're on the wrong side of whatever formula is used next year, you know, where do we want to put ourselves? Do you want to put yourself in a position to minimize the damage? Or do you want to put yourself in a position where you become known as the people who, you know, made our school district head downhill because of a lack of foresight? You know, that's an important thing to consider. Now, I know you want to save me money, but here's the $10 that you're going to save me. Here's the $10 that you're going to save my wife. I'd rather you save our school district and make sure we have a solid education for all the kids of our community. Thank you.
Hi, Jennifer Cusack of Highbridge. About 5 years ago, I needed to move. I'd been living at my father's house. My father had passed away. I only inherited 1/3 of that house. So when I sold it, and my sisters got the other 2/3, I didn't have a ton of money to put into a house. I really wanted to be in this district. Now, that 1/3 of a house from New Jersey, I could have bought something pretty dang nice in Pennsylvania. I looked at a couple of things. I had a late girlfriend who had really wanted to move to Delaware. I looked at those. You know what this had, though? This had this school district. This had this school district that had athletics my kid was interested in. School district had excellent rating. It was one of the highest I'd seen in any of the school districts I considered. I bought a tiny little 700 square foot single wide because I just needed my kid in this school district. Instead of, how much money am I, I got my kids into this school district. I've set down roots. I'm staying even, though my kid is done with the school. And I don't see any reason why I should deny other parents who are in situations like mine this opportunity. For what? As he said, $10, $20 per year, or even quarter, I don't even know. But it's not that much money. But being able to have a place like this to send your kids is invaluable. And if we nickel and dime that budget, this is not going to be that school district with like those high ratings. It's not going to be the school district that can offer athletic programs like that kid who was the top state in fencing. You know, the fact that this school district had a fencing program, yeah, that was one of my motivations for moving here. You know, I fenced in high school. It's not the cheapest sport in the world, you know, and it made a difference. You know, have you been to the, you know, the Pops concert that the Voorhees band does? It's amazing. And the kids, they get the opportunity to participate in something like that. You nickel and dime the budget. Are we going to be able to afford to keep doing things like that? We don't know. You know, it's worth $20 a year. It's worth, you know, to every person here. I can't imagine that anyone here would say, "Oh no, I care more about $30 than whether or not this continues to be a great school district." Thank you.
Karen Gove, Highbridge. Everything I say here is being said as a resident and a taxpayer, not as a school board member, and does not represent the Highbridge School Board whatsoever. As shown in the presentation, North Hunterdon-Voorhees had almost $2 million in state aid cuts over the past 7 years, managed to keep the increase to 2.6% last year with no loss of programming. With state health plan costs going up about 9%, contractual staff increases probably 3%, transportation cost increases, and a whopping increase in state aid of $215,000, which doesn't bring the state aid even close to where it was. Keeping the increase at 2.67% still with no loss of programs is a monumental feat. Kudos to the BA. I'm also okay with paying the extra $14 a year to keep providing excellent educational programs. On another note, budget talks start in November. The 2.67% has probably been on the table since January. If any of you as board members were not aware that the 2.67% was on the table, then shame on you. To have multiple board members vote no on the budget claiming they needed clarification is absolutely ridiculous. And to claim you didn't receive clarification prior to the meeting, when did you ask for that clarification? That morning? Thank you, Ms. Viato, Ms. Coltran, Mr. McIsaac, Mr. Stanton, for being the voice of reason and reminding the board that you are all elected and therefore entrusted with voting in the best interest of the students and not whatever political item you are passively, aggressively protesting. Thank you.
Hello. Okay. Good evening, board members. My name is Nicholas Lavelle from Union Township. I'm a proud resident and also a proud graduate of this institution. So once a lion, always a lion. I'm heartened to see some other younger folks in the room with me as well. So I think it speaks to the importance of across our society, both old and young, preserving our school district for various reasons. Just want to echo the thoughts shared by other speakers in that, you know, the budget proposed as a 2.67 versus a 2% rate increase is not extreme or not something the residents of these municipalities would find issue with. I think for Union Township it was $22.18. Speaking as someone in the household that helps contribute, we'll all chip in. I think one of the 6 of us would all have to chip in for that household. So please, you know, I urge the entirety of the board to support the budget for various reasons. Speaking not on any professional basis, but as someone with experience in healthcare, you know, it is quite clear that these costs are rising in many, many communities at an unsustainable pace, and it is not fair to our working professionals and teachers to penalize them for such an industry consideration, and then more so given that this district is part of the School Health Insurance Fund, or SHIF, which is a consortium of 121 districts, you know, self-funded. There are mechanisms of governance to address those issues among that body, and not by penalizing workers, you know, by effectively reducing their pay, reducing their purchasing parity by not accounting for an increase in healthcare premiums. So there are various issues that this board should be aware of and is aware of, and quite simply, the budget accounts for them and provides for a longer-term, sustainable future for the district. I think the administration mentioned it quite well. that if you do not have money in this current budget year and upcoming, there's a time value to money, and you can't get that back. So I would just encourage you to consider that in this vote. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Sandra Marzo from Franklin Township, and I'm also in support of the budget. I really hope that tonight's vote doesn't go like last time when you all voted. By all appearances, it seemed that you all did a backdoor meeting of some sort or went through back channels and came up with your own idea of what you wanted to tank the budget. That's how it appeared. I mean, you can look at me like I've got 5 heads, but it was very easy to see because this was in committee. I mean, this is how boards work. It was presented, it was expected that it was going to pass because it was on a Tuesday. It had to be at the county by Friday. And the only way if it got shot down was that you had to have a new version to get voted on again, which would have to be done in committee or by the BA at a new meeting, and meetings have to be advertised publicly, but newspapers have a time frame that you have to submit your meeting date and time by, and then there's a lag time between when you submit this and when they will publish it. And so I really, really doubt that would have been published publicly for people to know by that Friday. And then can you guarantee that you would have had a quorum? I mean, probably you're a pretty big board. It's not like you're one of the sending districts where some of those boards are pretty small. But yeah, you were taking a huge risk and making a lot of assumptions when you tried tanking it on that first vote. And it really looked like you were just playing some childish games and so unprofessional. I mean, you had to have known, or you were choosing not to know, or you didn't care and wanted to make a statement. Again, this is like $10 to $35, the average, depending on the municipality, for the average household of the varying sending districts, from 2% to 2.67, and you all wanted, those that you voted no, wanted to. Like, not a big difference. It's not a big difference. So it was, I think the amount I have is $368,000 was what you were arguing about that you wanted removed out of the budget. So what are you going to remove? Which teachers? Which sports? Which programs? Coaches, they don't make that much. So to come up with that amount, which out of a budget of over $56 million, really isn't that much. But it's going to be staff. That's the easiest, fastest way to do it, because you can't take out busing. You can't do that. By law, you got to bus the kids. I know that. So you're going to cut teachers? You're going to make class sizes bigger? You're going to get parents mad then? Like, come on.
Is there any other public comment
at this time? Anyone? All right, we'll close public comment. We'll call for a motion and a second to approve Resolution 0429254, adopting the 2025-26 school year budget and establishing maximum travel expenditures and maximum professional services expenditures.
So moved. Second.
At this time, we will take discussion, but it will be board members. Each board member will have an opportunity to have a comment. And you can address it to me at the table. We're not having banshee back and forth. It is a statement. We've already gone through the budget. We've been through FFT. We've had the last several weeks to send questions to the administration through the chair. And I think everyone has had their questions. I've seen the questions, and everything's been uploaded in the FFT folder as well for everyone to review. So at this time, we can go around if you'd like to have something to say. Otherwise, we will move on to the motion, and we will vote. Brendan?
Well, I mean, I'm obviously supportive of the 2.67 and everything that it entails. I think my concern is looking further ahead because for the past 12 or 13 years, districts have been allowed to not have to go out for a vote so long as they kept it at 2% with the various allowances. And this district has obviously done a lot to sort of compensate for those losses with programs, with bringing in other students. But we are getting to that point where there are fewer and fewer moves to make. And I do worry without some sort of advocacy or some sort of reformulation on the latitude that districts are afforded, that more and more districts will just fall into having to make some very painful cuts. Of course, the alternative is before that 2% opportunity was there, districts used to go out every year for a vote, and they were typically 3% higher, and it was a year-to-year phenomenon, and the 2% allowed the districts to not have to do that. I don't know what sort of advocacy we as a board could potentially participate in, because we recognize how difficult this has become. And whether that's a board statement, something to the legislature, something to whatever levers we have to lend a voice to, whether it's Tara's role on the county and state level committees. That's just sort of my expressed concern going forward. I don't see this getting easier, and I'm looking for help and direction so that this work doesn't get harder and the conversations don't get more and more difficult year after year.
Thank you, Brendan. Is there anyone else that would like to make a statement? Dan?
One of the forms I requested from Doug at the last meeting was that projection going out 5 years, because I remember going back when I first came on as a board member and we were dealing with the decrease in state aid. And I remember Katie having that projection going out to today, where we were hitting this physical cliff and we were going to be in big trouble right around this time. And then the changes that were made over those years have pushed that off, and that's what's been great with the current administration has done to get there. And I think now we're kind of seeing the same thing. We're seeing that in the future we're going to be impacted if we don't keep maintaining, pushing, making those reductions, making those changes, bringing on programs, things to increase our enrollment, things like that. So I support the 2.67 based on that.
Thank you, Dan. Anyone else? Mr. Lordy?
So here's the bottom line for me. I've spent a ton of time on this. I think a lot of us have. So anyone who thinks, members of the public or whomever, that thinks that people haven't invested a slew of time on this, that would be an inaccurate assumption. Here's how I feel about this. Without teachers, you don't have a school. Without money, you don't have teachers. That's just the bottom line. I think what we need to do now is we keep talking about fiscal cliff and financial calamity. Let's not make any mistake about it. We're here right now. It's not coming tomorrow, next year, a year from now, 2 years from now. We're here now. That's the reality. Look across the state, look across the country. All the schools are in the same boat. It's just to what different degree. So the way I saw this There is absolutely room in this budget to make cuts so we don't impact the classroom, and that's what I want to do. And I believe that there are several ways that we could go about this, working with the administration, and hopefully we see forward. But at the same time, if you look at the slide that Doug presented, that gap between costs and revenues, it ain't getting any narrower. In fact, it's getting wider. And if we don't stop that right now and curb the spending right now, it's only going to get wider. And I think there is mechanisms that we can, and levers that we can pull that will not only rein in the spending, but do so in a manner that protects the teachers in the classrooms and the programs and the sports. So they're not anyone, and in my opinion, that is saying that if we do not pass a budget that is fiscally prudent to the taxpayers, that we're putting teachers in the bullseye or the crosshair. I think it's the exact opposite. By going off this, by going in this manner, the money is dried up, and then the first ones that will be on the chopping block, and I agree with somebody said, will be the teachers. And I look to avoid just that. So that's why I've looked at this data as best as I can. I spend hours looking through every facet of this budget, and I feel comfortable that there's a path forward to be not only fiscally prudent, but to protect the classroom, protect the program, protect the students, and the most important, protect the teachers. We keep going down this road, I'm telling you the teachers are going to be right in line in the crosshair. And that's the exact situation I want to avoid, and I think everyone at this table feels the same way.
Rich, what are you proposing for your cuts?
I've discussed it with Dr. Burgax. He's well aware.
Understood, but what about the board? What about discussing it with us?
Yes.
What suggestions?
We just had a point of order. We are out of order. The question was to make a statement, and Mr. Lordy had stated to you, he spoke with Dr. Burjax, and he's on the FFT committee, and he followed the data. If you'd like to direct something toward
So I watched
the BA or the superintendent, you
I
may.
watched the FFT committee meeting, and one of the cuts that Mr. Lordy is presenting is cutting our SRO officers as well as our Class 3 security officers.
Not correct.
I listened to the meeting, and I'm just questioning. You're looking at taking and restructuring and putting, suggestions were made to cut officers in half, possibly coverage for 2 schools out of 1 office.
Factually inaccurate.
I have no.
It's a point of order.
But my question is that if we're
Again,
looking-
we have a point of order called by Ms. Gallo.
I just have a question. Isn't it normally that somebody has to present to you, not with...
You're just presenting, you're asking, if you're asking Mr. Lowe, you can ask the superintendent and the BA.
Well,
all this information has already been vetted through the FFT committee. We've had several weeks since our last meeting to ask any questions to administration.
I'm not asking,
You're asking Mr. Lordy.
Here's what I would like to say then. Here's my statement. I'm for the 2.67%. I wholeheartedly agree that we need to look at the big picture and look forward. However, if some of the solutions for cutting expenses include cutting our protection for our children and our school, I'm opposed.
To be clear, if you're saying that I was proposing that, that's not correct.
Okay, we're at point of order. Point of order, Mr. Lordy, you've had your comment. It needs to go around the board to everyone first. We need to come back, we can. Thank you, Jessica. Brian?
I'm on that committee as well, and I will disagree respectfully with Mr. Lordy. I was already agitated by the level of cuts that Mr. Burjax and the VA had to make in order to get the budget that they proposed tonight already. Anecdotally and kind of tongue-in-cheek, it was, I hope we have enough toilet paper in the facility.
I did hear that as well.
So I think my opinion is that it's wishful thinking that there's a lot of fat that's just going to cut away that, before you get to teachers. So I support the 2.67 as just why would we want to dig ourselves into a deeper hole today for what's coming. I mean, there's ideas for how do you address this big gap, right? And I don't think it's going to be completely trying to bend the cost curve. Health costs are just going up too fast. We've got contractual increases in this, the 3/4 of the budget that's increasing at a higher rate than our tax levy is increasing. So it's not going to come, in my opinion, it's not going to come from bending the cost curve with all this mysterious fat that's laying around. That doesn't get into, and we'll have a discussion, hopefully respectfully as a board, what those kind of things might be. But I also agree, I draw a line at the safety of the students. I think if you're not safe, then you're not going to be in a good learning environment. So I support the 2.67% increase in tax levy.
Thank you, Brian. Beth?
Yeah. So just to start, I support the 2.67% tax increase. I absolutely would not support a reduction in any kind of school safety work that's being done by the officers. I know there's been some discussion around the SRO, but I don't think that cutting that is necessarily the right idea. It may just be a matter of reallocation of the cost, in which case you're not really eliminating cost, there's maybe a slight reduction. I also don't, also not really happy with where I see the current reductions going. There are some key things that I think need to remain in place. We need to make sure that our students have counselors that can help them with any crisis. There are just some, there are just things that aren't going to go away. They're going to increase. So trying to remove them is almost trying to go against where everything is moving towards. I also think that we are really fooling ourselves if we think that these kinds of increases, that we're going to be able to go through a budget and eliminate significant costs to account for the gap that we're going to see. Because I think, honestly, given where things are going from a political standpoint, an economic standpoint, an environmental standpoint, everything is leaning towards an increase. And so what we need to do is really actively look at what those increases look like and then see what steps need to be taken, because otherwise cutting is not going to get us there. It's going to need to be potentially open conversations with the public about where things really are going to net out and what's going to need to happen to maintain two schools that are very old into the future. And I think that we need to really evaluate what the plan needs to be in order to ensure the future success of the school district. And I support the 2.67%.
Thank you, Beth.
I would like to say that I do support the 2.0, not the 2.67. I think the amount of money of the difference can be, obviously admin can do that, go through line items to figure out what needs to be taken out. I don't see, or I do not believe that the cut would be anything with the SRO or class 3s. I think that's an unfair comparison, that would be one of the things that would be cut. If it needs to be addressed because of the security thing, that would be discussed in a different committee. I believe that if it's minimal dollars, we can ask the administration the same thing. They can take that administration, or can take some of that money out and try to keep us flat. We are a regional school district. We also represent our local towns, where they're also raising taxes. So we have to be mindful of the taxpayer, especially for the ones that no longer have students in school. And I know that some here are representing some, they don't have students in school, but there are also young parents that are financially could use some extra cash. So I support the 2.0, not the 2.67.
And I'd like to make a comment. We went through FFT, we've had numerous conversations, questions back and forth. From the last meeting at a 2.0, 2.67, the BA and the administration have had discussions in committee as to what a 2.0, 2.67 deductions would look like. We talked about that. We talked about the costs that, we have in the classroom, on the fields, activities. We talked about safety. We've talked about everything. And my first and foremost question was, does any of these deductions affect kids? And the superintendent and BA, it was no. They're looking at reductions in other areas. As far as the SRO, first and foremost is safety of the school for students, staff, everyone. That conversation was an open conversation. We had a guest speaker. We were gathering information. And I think administration's looking at other opportunities. There wasn't a discussion to cut the SRO completely or not to have class 3s. That was not the conversation. I also, year over year, if you go back to 2020-21, we were flat, which we should have went out for our 2%. They chose not to. So over the 6-year look back, we've been increasing. Yes, to some you say it's small, it's dollars. In my constituency, most of the families are not families with children in the district. They're seniors and empty nesters. And a paycheck to paycheck. And those funds, although minimal to some of us, is not to others. And when we are a sending district of 12 sending districts that filter here, and we are watching our local districts, and the majority of that goes to those local districts, you see the cost, the percentages. I have a concern where year over year, we're going out to the taxpayers to ask for monies to front load, to pay for those, the health benefits, salary costs, other driving factors. When you're talking about those small percentages, and it is $368,000. It's not that we can't find it, and our administration has been doing a great job searching, looking, and it has stated they don't want to nothing will affect students. Because if it was, I don't think any one of us that was sitting in that FFT would have been saying, go for it, we're on. That's not true. So I have to defer, Jessica, that is not true, and that's not what happened.
Okay. Well, I'd like to speak then, because I would like to ask some questions.
Is there anyone else that has not had a chance to speak? Jessica?
I'm sorry, I want to make a comment.
Oh, excuse me.
I
Cynthia?
apologize. This is definitely, when it comes to budget and when it comes to making those tough decisions in areas where you may need to cut, as a board member, we were all elected and we all went through training. Governance 2, one of the board roles in finance is to balance the needs of students and taxpayers. And safety of the students is crucial, important, so are the programs and teachers. We need it all. We need it all for our students, for our district. Looking at the budget, and during the meeting in FFT, getting a closer look, I see that we are not cutting teachers, programs, or safety for students. We did have a guest speaker, and I have to say my impression was perhaps they're looking at cutting SRO, and it was brought to my attention that that is not the case, and when you look at it, you see that they are not cutting that. They're not cutting it. It's a projection, but they are not cutting the SRO. They are not cutting any jobs for teachers or any programs for students, and that is first and foremost. Now, year after year, since 2016, we've had a decline in enrollment year after year. And we have, as a district, I've seen the numbers for above 2% each time. And we're still in the same place. We're still struggling. We have to think of very mindful, creative ways where we're not going to affect the students' needs, programs, teachers, and so forth. We need to invest in that. 2.67 is not, it's not the way. It's not the way. 2.0 and 2.67, you're not cutting any of the students' needs. Now, when it comes to
Will you tell us
taxpayers,
what are you cutting? I know I'm out of order, but don't be talking garbage.
Excuse
Tell
me.
us, what would you cut?
Ma'am, it is a board discussion.
Right, but I'm tired of hitting garbage.
I understand your passion. It is a board discussion, and we need to continue business. Thank you.
the projected budget that was shown for 2.0 and 2.67 does not show any cuts for students and programs or SRO. Therefore, I'm in support of 2.0 and being fiscally responsible to balance a budget to meet the needs of all students and taxpayers and invest in our teachers and the future.
Kim, can I speak now?
Yeah, because I was going to add something too.
Yes.
So I know that would be your second comment though too, right?
Go ahead. My second.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say, so the documentation that I've seen that's in our folders shows that the way to get the gap filled of the 367,000 is to reduce an SRO to half and to reduce the out-of-district special education contingency. That is how we would make up the difference. And I think the public deserves to know that. So you're saying that we would not cut things that would be to the benefit of or to help the students, but that's exactly what we would do in order to get that $367,000 made up. So let's just be clear about what we're talking about.
Transparent.
I would also like to comment on the things that we are cutting just to make this budget. We are having a teacher retire. We're having a secretary retire. We're not replacing them. We're reducing an aide in each building. We're doing restructuring of our administration. We're holding off on repairing or replacing equipment like trucks at the school and hoping that they don't die. We're reducing funds for textbooks. We're reducing contingency funds for retirement, contingency funds for maintenance. All these are funds that we had surplus in that we're now taking from that in hopes that we don't run out of toilet paper, that we don't have a crisis where we need to replace a truck, that we don't have an instance where we have a big maintenance bill and something unexpected happens at the school. We're taking our reserves away. We're also going to be going out for RFP for behavioral health. We're reducing our tutor.com hours per student. We have received a grant for tech services, but we've removed our contingency fund for tech. We have capped travel and supplies, and we are cutting supply consumption by 10%. Therefore, the comment for toilet paper is valid. If we continue and we don't increase, and we stick to the 2.0, there was a 45-minute presentation on the value of the SRO and Class 3 officers during our Finance Committee by Chief Tom DeRosa. He defended the actions and what the SRO and the Class 3 officers do in our school. And it was questioned as to the validity of having those officers in our classroom. We are voting to establish the budget tonight, but we're also voting in the Finance Committee on the renewal or the passing of the SRO contract and modifying it. So there is talk, it is on the table, and it has been discussed. Our biggest liabilities are obviously salary and benefits. We're part of a consortium. We can't take raises away from people because we're looking to cut the budget. There's been talks about eliminating raises. So those are while it's not directly impacting our students, if we don't give someone a raise, they're not going to stay and work with us, and we're going to lose the good people that we have. If we cut our security and something happens at the school, who's liable? We are, because we took them away. If we cut our SRO officer, we have to wait for the police to come in hopes that they can get someone here in time to help a situation. That's what Chief DeRosa told us. So if we cut that down to half, now we have a half coverage waiting for a police officer when we call 911 instead of having one here in our building to protect our kids. If there's an active shooter in our building and we remove our SRO or we reduce our class 3, we won't have protection for our kids. And we will be waiting for 911 to come. And it doesn't matter that it's an emergency, we wait just because. And and Chief DeRosa said, they'll make every opportunity to get here, but if there's a 4-car emergency on 78, and we've got an incident at the school, and they have no one to send us, we gotta wait for a sending police district to come to our school for our not as emergent issue as a car accident on 78, but we have to wait, just like the regular public, for the police to arrive. So, and our class 3 officers are not authorized to all they can do is sit with the perpetrator of a crime. They cannot investigate it. They have to wait for a police officer to help. So, the things that we're cutting, while aren't directly involved in students' class, reducing class size or anything like that, we are reducing our contingency plans. And if an emergency happens at our school, we could be underprepared. And that's what we have to do to meet the 2.67% today, not the 2.0. And the only things that have been brought up are reduction in SRO and the reduction in special services to meet that $367,000 difference. So where's it going to come from? If we don't pass 2.67, where is that money going to come from?
And I'd like to respond to you, Jessica. We all have the same information. We're all looking at the same information. And the BA and the superintendent shared this with us. And the reductions that you're speaking to, the few that you have, there was a crisis counselor. We're using Rutgers now. We are going out for RFP. You mentioned the tutoring. We're not taking that away.
I didn't say we were.
Administration said they have evaluated the data and that they're just reducing the amount of overall hours.
I didn't say we were taking it away. I said we were reducing our exposure for tutoring to our students.
A point of order. I'm speaking now. Could you please let me speak?
Understood. But
thank you.
You were telling me that I could say the right
So, and then you noted reduce retirements, the attrition. Okay, that is happening year over year. We haven't used in technology services. We haven't used it in several years per the administration. They're taking specific amount from each. And they came to us with the reductions. This was not something that the FFT committee said, hey, we want to cut these. We asked last month to have something put together for us, proposals in FFT, so that we could have an earnest discussion. The BA and the superintendent have done that. There is also a line item. We had reduced maintenance contingency. It was over $800,000 in the account. They pulled money from that. There is, when you talk to textbooks, as to superintendent had noted, reduced replacement textbooks. It's not something they use, they haven't used it. He said they've used a couple $1,000s here or there. That's not used because it's technology. So these driving things that you're referring to, I think we need to be transparent as to what did transpire the conversation. And I will say that in the FFT, we did have a conversation. Chief DeRosa came. There was discussion. He was coming to explain the roles of an SRO, Class 3. And he was also there to share the costs that we are incurring. And there wasn't enough clarity. There was not enough information. Chief DeRosa could not respond to us. And he had no answers. He said he was going to have to go back to the township, to the mayor, and they were going to have a conversation. Now, as far as the contract, yes, Dr. Berjak has said that we are looking at a contract. We are approving a contract that is from last year, and we're almost finished with this year.
Exactly.
So, not being, fiduciary. We spoke with DeRosa and asked him several questions. He did not have the information for us. Again, we've been asking for that. Dr. Berjak has stated that, yes, we want to look at reconfiguring, restructuring the contract. Look at what we're spending, benefits for the SRO, because it is soaring. The SRO is, I don't have that.
$195,000.
$5,000. It's going up $45,000. And we are paying, and there was not a conclusive with the benefits. We had compared benefits, and there was differences in benefits.
Well, we're paying $116 plus her benefits, which equal $195,000.
So
right
we asked all those questions. I mean, Brian was there, Cynthia, Rich Lordy, the same conversation. I don't.
Aren't we discussing that at 15 right
Right.
now?
Yes.
Because I don't really think that's
Yes.
part.
Yes.
Come back to the budget.
Yes. So therefore, the superintendent and the VA made recommendations to the committee. So
Their recommendation is our budget at 2.67%, correct?
And everyone's sharing how they feel about that.
Yep.
everyone has their own, their opinions, their concerns, and they're weighed all the data.
I just have a question. Couldn't we spend next year evaluating everything and see where we might be able to make cuts as opposed to not approving this budget at 2.67%? Because the timing at this point, if we reject it and go to 2%, we're going to be in a worse situation next year, which means potentially increasing the tax burden more to potentially 3%, for example, as was the 2.67% now. So I wonder we should actually sit down, really evaluate the various costs by line item in the 25-26 school year and approve this budget now, so there's also less of a tax hit to our constituents. Because it's done in small amounts versus in large chunks. Especially going into we don't know what the economy is going to look like going into 2026. So just want to throw that out there as an idea for anybody who's not favoring the 2.67%.
I would like to thank you, Beth, for that. And I agree with your point on that, but that's what we did with the preliminary at the table to where we are as the final budget. So I think there has been a month and a lot of back and forth, and I think there's been a lot of work with the administration trying to figure this out. So if that was going to be the case, I think some of us were expecting to come to the table with an option for the 2.0. Again, can we work on this for next year's budget? Of course, and I think administration would be able to do that. But I think that some of us passed a preliminary budget basically on the fact of procedural only because it was due that Friday. We didn't want to hold up the administration. We didn't want to call a special meeting. I don't even think we were able to do that at that point. So.
But that just gave us a 1 month period to really look at
That's
things.
1 month period. That's a lot of work.
Versus starting, for example, come September, start in the September timeframe of really looking at things and then coming back to the board in January or February with what's being proposed in light of the full recommendation versus a 1 month window of closing out any open questions that I know that there were, and giving the additional time that would really benefit, I think, all of us to see where we can make cuts that won't impact programs or teachers.
Okay, is there anyone else?
Just
Dan?
real quick, I agree with what Beth is saying. I think that's the path forward, is to look at things over the next year. You'd mentioned, we asked for the administration, they did look at the 2% and how we could do that. Well, the thing is, they don't recommend it. And it's because it's not fiscally responsible for this district to do it at 2% because of the cuts that we would have to make. And it's all with contingencies. And what that does is that increases risk to the district. That's what the contingencies are there for, to protect the district. If we're not supposed to reduce those at the beginning, they're supposed to be there in case we need them. So we don't want to increase risk and then put ourselves in a deeper hole. So that next year, now not only are contingencies lower, but we also have less coming in. We lose that money forever. So I think the responsible thing is to go with the 2.67, as the administration, as the professionals have decided.
That's all. So,
Mr. Lurie?
Dr. Bergax, were you going to say something?
No, when everyone's done, I was going to say something.
So a couple things that I've heard here. I guess coming in brand new, fresh eyes, I would first ask the question, when was the last time a budget was not approved here? I suspect never. Yet here we are. The definition of insanity, right? Like literally doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different fiscal result. So I believe we're at a point in time where we know where we're at now, right? But the administration has made it clear, and I want something that you said, Beth, that the administration is trying to avoid a fiscal cliff that can potentially happen in 5 years, 4 years. I don't believe anything is getting touched next year. So which means that runway is there to do exactly what you had mentioned. And I have some things on the SRO, but I'll wait on that. And I do respect your opinion, but on the SRO, I just wish you were as more accurate as you were passionate on it. And when we talk about that,
I took notes.
Yeah.
And but actually, let's talk about the SRO. Let's just finish with the budget.
So on the budget,
I'm concerned. My concern was if we go to 2.0, is it going to be cut?
No. So here is, well, at least in my opinion. So here's where I think we have to understand. Someone mentioned, I think maybe it was Brian, that we can't take this dip in costs, right? There's no way to bring that down. Well, how else the hell do you expect to lower that graph, that gap between costs and revenues? If you know your revenues, our top line revenues are capped at 2%. The enrollment is 24.18% down since 2016-2017 school year. And the costs are exploding. So unless you do something to bring that curve down, we're going to continue to widen that. So what I'm saying is that there is a way that we do look outside the box, take a different approach, that we can be fiscally prudent while at the same time not affecting students, safety, teachers, or programs. That's a fact. Anyone saying that they're linked together has, I would suspect, either not spent as much time on this or really hasn't dug into the numbers. Because if you're going to try to convince me that there's no way to stay at the state mandated 2% tax levy cap without waivers or exceptions, without making changes to your costs, the math doesn't math at that point, guys.
Rich.
It just doesn't. You have to do something different. So that's what I'm saying. We're at that crossroad now, right? So if the only way to fix this is to bring the cost line down. It's the only way, because you know your top line revenues are capped at 2%. I think we can all agree on that, right?
Well, they're not capped because the state gives us
They
allowances.
are outside of a waiver. So the expectation is you're not going to get an enrollment waiver anytime soon. I think the administration would probably agree with that, right? That's correct. So you're only looking at a benefit waiver at best.
Right.
So
but
but then that's the point. The answer, unfortunately, listen. Here's the bottom line for me, guys. Going to the taxpayer, for lack of a better term, can't be utilized as a crutch. It has to be at an absolute last resort. And for it to be an absolute last resort, I have to be able to go back to Union Township and explain, listen, guys, this is the bottom line. If we didn't do this, I'm telling you, every rock was overturned, every efficiency is taken in place. This is it. Believe me, if I felt that way, I would say 2.67% all day. I would say go higher if we had to. But I don't believe that in my core. So if I don't believe that, right, then I can't continue to go down the road that we're doing, because nothing's going to change unless something's going to change. And the only thing that's in our power to change, right, is the cost. That's it. That's the unfortunate reality.
There are costs that we can't control,
But
like healthcare.
But there's certain things that we can. There's certain things that we can. I'm telling you that there's certain things that we can. Whether we agree on it, whether we agree on it or not, they are.
But what, Rich?
Well, the administration's telling us that that's not the case.
Okay, we're going into...
There are.
We're going into, please make your statements, and we'll go around the table. It is time to make...
Before we take a vote, I have a question. If we don't pass the budget tonight, which could happen, what happens to us? Do we lose our state aid because we haven't submitted our budget on time? Do we go into next month with, what's going to happen to us if we don't pass the budget?
Sure. Well, because when I was here last month, and it was my first experience of not having a Board of Education pass a budget, and thank God you did at least allow me to submit it to the county office. I led you to believe that if we didn't pass that night, that we couldn't meet the deadlines. Here's what will happen if you don't pass tonight. The superintendent and the board president are going to get a call from the county superintendent, and they're going to come in their room. They're going to say, you guys need to make a decision about what direction you're going in here, and you got to get enough votes in order for there to be an authorization of tax levy for the coming year. Now, the only big deadline hanging out there is May 19th. And May 19th, what's important about that is that's the date that we have to cast the tax certification so that it can be sent to municipalities. So by July 1, you can collect your funds so you can begin your operation for the next fiscal year. That's what I can tell you about it. There's probably more to it than that. I would defer to an attorney, but that's what my...
This question was asked and answered today, I believe, because the resolution could be amended, correct?
Yeah.
There you go. That's the answer.
What, we'd have to wait for another board meeting?
Well, it'd have to be voted on.
It'd have to be voted on today, but it could be amended today and voted on tonight. That's the answer.
With the budget amount.
Correct.
The increase, to be amended.
Correct.
But it still may not pass.
It's still, no, I'm not saying what's going to pass or what's
Right.
not. I'm just saying that the amount of the tax levy increase can be amended and re-voted on tonight.
So for instance, if we don't pass the 2.67, you can call a motion to pass the budget at 2%, even though we don't have a way to meet 2%, and the members of the board can pass it at 2% while others vote against it, because it doesn't have to be, it's not unanimous, it's by weighted vote, and therefore we're going into a new school year, or into school year with a deficiency that we don't know how we're going to fill.
I would say correct in the fact that the budget could pass tonight. I would disagree with the rest of the statement.
Well, you would disagree with it. However, if we pass a budget at 2% and we don't have $400,000 to meet the bottom line, where is it going to come from? And that is what I want answered. If we don't pass the budget at 2.67%, what cuts will be made and where will we find the extra $400,000 from? Where? Because the administration can't find it. So where is it going to come from when we can't pass it at 2.67? Where is the $400,000 going to be cut or found? Where?
I outlined that in the document.
You told us that in the meeting.
That was in the FFD, it's in the document.
We're going to lower our out-of-district special education contingency and hope that we don't get one or two people that move into our district that we don't expect. And we can reduce the SRO to half-time.
who's out of district, so
So,
that would
you know,
be really disappointing.
I understand that,
I
you know,
also am a parent of a daughter who's just in an active shooting situation at Florida State
Ma'am.
University, and it's real.
Ma'am, we appreciate your passion, we hear you, but this is a board discussion, and we need to finish business,
You
please.
people are ridiculous.
So here's what I would like to just leave my comments with, and I'll answer any other questions. You know, it is a combination of revenues and expenditures. As you've mentioned, Rich, you know, expenditures do have to be hauled in, and we've given you a whole list of expenditures that have been already cut to meet 2.6%. Just that's with that. We're trying not to dig any deeper. That's really what it comes down to, is we don't want to dig any deeper than we already have. I have officially been in this role since October. My current BA is out on leave. If, you know, as Beth said, if we look at this, if you want me to start looking at line items starting tomorrow on what we're going to do for next year's budget, I will get right to that. But to do any less than what we're recommending tonight, I believe is short-sighted, but it's completely up to the board. So.
Can I ask you one question on the you mentioned the reduction in the special ed contingency.
Yes.
Yeah, so, okay, so we reduced that. A couple of students come in next year that we have to take care of. What do we do if we don't have the money for that? We have to pull it from somewhere?
We have to start looking at, yeah, I mean, we're our biggest line item is staff. So sometimes, yeah, we might have to cut some staff in the middle of the year in order to pay for the budget has to balance at the end of the year.
Right.
So again, we're trying not to hurt kids by taking from these contingencies. If we don't need them, we won't hurt kids. But if we do,
We're hurting them.
then we're going to end up hurting kids, programs, something. It's just,
Right.
There's no other way around
And
it.
we're already cutting our contingencies, and like Dan said, we're exposing ourselves to risk, and we're praying something doesn't happen. So we're already at an exposure to risk with the current cuts you made to get us to 2.67. In order to get us to 2.0, we're going to really expose ourselves to more risk by cutting an SRO in half. And we're not going to have money available if a new student enters our school with special needs. And we're going to have to cut a teacher to accommodate a student moving into our school after we at a 2.0% budget because we don't have our special ed contingency to support that student because we cut it to keep a budget at 2%. Is that correct?
Yes, and let me be clear. Again,
Okay.
we are in a good place fiscally as a district.
Right.
I mean, this is a good place.
But
We're
if
not talking about
something-
cutting
but if
35
one of
staff
these
members tonight.
things-
That's where we will be if we don't take advantage of the revenues while we can.
Yeah, let's not look at
And I'm
this.
trying not to
We
get,
can't look
I'm
at
trying to
ourselves-
explain that this is not a one-year look. This is a future look. It's what we do this year is going to impact us for every year over the next 3 to 5 years.
So if we're at a $400,000 deficiency today, and we're cutting to make that at a 2.0%, what's the deficiency going to be next year when we have nothing more to cut? And how far down the hole are we going to be next year when there's no more contingency funds to pull out of accounts to replenish a budget? We've cut now our class 3 security, our SRO.
You gotta stop saying that. You have to stop saying that. It's factually inaccurate for you to say that.
Can I just correct
the
you?
fact.
It's not
It's
fact.
being stated at the
It's
table,
not.
we are not
It's just
cutting an
said.
SRO in half. That is an absolute farce, and the
Rich
public should not.
just
Inaccurate.
Is that true,
Yeah,
Rich?
yes,
Rich, you
we-
just stated
Yes.
Yes!
He just said that.
That's what he said 3 times.
You said class 3.
No, I said SROs.
No one's listening to one another. Everyone's arguing. Listen and get the facts
School's
and make a
over.
decision.
Tara has not spoken.
Excuse me, Tara.
I'm in support of the budget at 2.67. I do find it very difficult to hear that we would put our special education off because that's very discriminatory. And as a parent who has a child with Down syndrome who went through our school district and it was phenomenal, the thought that I know of other parents coming into our district that have children with Down syndrome, and they're going to be in our district really soon. So I know that as a fact, whether they come out to Voorhees or North, that'll be their decision, but they're in the grade school level now, new to the district. So I'm just concerned for our students with disabilities that we're not going to have the funding when they move into our district to support their educational needs.
So legally, we will have to have that funding, so we can't not have that funding. So we would not, we'll provide services to our special needs students no matter what.
But at what expense to
But
something else?
what I'm saying is, when we look at the budget, when I say it's a contingency, we look at the budget, we know how many students are coming into our district next year, we know how many are here right now, so we know what our expenses are, based on what happens. But we have a contingency in there, so that if somebody moves in over the summer, and is already in an out-of-district placement, that we would have to litigate to get them out of, and, even if that was possible, that's what the contingency is for. We're lessening that contingency so that we won't have as much, and that's a place we can take money from without hurting current students. It has the potential to hurt future students, is what I'm trying to do.
Well, Rich, I do have a question though. I mean, like in reality, if you're looking at your line items, like you're heavily weighing on the special education and the out of placement stuff, but there could be other areas where you guys can pull from and leave that alone. That's not, in other words, that's not on the table as that's what you have to do.
That's what he did. That's already been done to get to 2.67.
With the list that I listed, I don't know what else I can do. I mean,
Isn't this where we are supposed to not try to run the district? We're supposed to make the district, make sure the district is run well. The administration has given us their budget. They've given us the reason to have our budget, their budget. And I don't think actually that it's fair to say that cuts will not, with respect to Dr. Burjax, that any cuts will not affect students. We're schools. Any cuts will affect students.
Depends on where they are at.
Any cuts, in my opinion, you can disagree with me.
I do.
Any cuts will affect students. We don't have people running a restaurant on site or a separate business. They're all doing work for our kids. It's fair to have an argument, a discussion about whether it's done as efficiently as it could be. But, and so maybe I would concede that if you found something really done inefficiently and you could save some dollars and you don't change the activity that's resulting. But if you can't just start cutting administrative, there's just too many administrators, we're just going to cut them all. Rich is just going to run the district by himself. It's going to affect kids. So Rich has said, and I admire the thought, I don't want to do cuts that directly affect students, but I just don't think you can just cut and not affect students. And you're right. We're going to have to make those kind of decisions, right?
Right.
I may have worded it poorly, but my intent was you can't bend that curve with fat. You're not going to cut your way to bending like fat, we'll just cut that. We'll just by cutting administrators. We'll just again have, if Rich was going to run the district all by himself, then that number would go down for sure. But it's just not feasible I think, to believe that you're going to get it all through fat.
I would add to that, Doug shared a chart with us where roughly almost 80% of our expenditures are above 3% that we have to manage and are beyond our control. Except salary, which is at 3%, still above the 2.67, but we were patting ourselves on the back some months ago at finally having a competitive guide. So not something that we did that very deliberately. And everything Rich is going to do is going to try to do every single reduction so as not to directly impact kids now, but has been indicated, the minute we have to make a hard decision, it's going to impact kids and programs. Rich, if asked, will cut to the bone, and next year he will have to cut bone. Because if we don't give him the latitude to work, that's where we're going to be.
Okay, I think it's time we've all, unless there's anyone that hasn't spoken? Anyone?
I'm confused about one of the, going back to the safeties, SROs. I think some of this process is given opportunity for a deep dive in the one contract, showing that something maybe that wasn't maybe looked at as it was with this opportunity, and that is that I think it's stated that that person is an employee of the township and not of our district, meaning that maybe we were paying for insurance for them, and that's a substantial amount. So I know we're just looking at the contract up until June now, so then we'll be looking at it for next year, but how does then that decrease, knowing that, okay, wait, we were paying for something we shouldn't, we're able to shape that, does that then create then not making that cut?
That could free up some space so that we don't have to cut the SROs.
It seems like that's going to be a lot of
But we don't know that yet.
Okay.
So that's
Right,
what
but the
you know,
difference
there's a lot of
between-
variables. That's why if I could have the year, I can try to fix some of these things.
The difference is $80,000 is the benefits difference.
No, she's not, we can talk about that at 15. That is on the agenda for both. At this time, I would like to move forward and we close discussion and we call for a voice vote. I said it'd be the whole night. I need a motion and a second.
You already have it. You have a motion and a second on that resolution. You just had discussion.
Oh, did I?
Yeah.
Did I? Okay.
Now you're ready for a vote.
Yeah, I was, so voice vote.
Sorry.
Rich.
Roll call.
Roll call vote.
Yes, roll call.
Ready?
So we're roll calling on the 2.6.
Yes.
Just trying to clarify.
Okay, ready? Ms. Cagno?
Yes.
Mr. Chapman?
Yes.
Dr. Denis?
Yes.
Oops. One second, folks. Ms. Gallo?
No.
Ms. Hintz?
Yes.
Ms. Catran?
Yes.
Mr. Laurie?
No.
Mr. McConaughey?
Yes.
Ms. Reyes?
Who?
Ms. Reyes, I'm sorry, Ms. Reyes?
Reyes.
Reyes, I'm sorry.
No.
Mr. Spanton?
Yes.
Ms. Beato?
Yes.
Ms. Salino?
No.
Motion carries.
Okay, we are moving on to the Chief School Administrator's report.
Thank you.
Dr. Burchak?
Salino, first of all, thank you for all your support. I do appreciate everybody that's supporting this budget. I think it's going to be good for our kids, and I will take to heart what everything was said tonight and do my due diligence to reduce costs while we make sure that we provide services for kids. All right, so it's weird doing my superintendent's report at 11:10, but I do want to throw some congratulations out there. First of all, congratulations to North Hunterdon senior Brooke Richards and Voorhees High School senior Juliana Cometto, who were recognized as an unsung hero by the Hunterdon County School Boards Association. I know we mentioned this at the last meeting, but I wanted to make sure we got the students' names on the record. An unsung hero refers to someone who performs remarkable acts of kindness, service, or heroism without seeking recognition or praise. These individuals often go unnoticed by the public, but make a significant positive impact on others and their community. And both Brooke and Juliana are the epitome of that, so congratulations to them. The North Hunterdon Theaters Organization attended the Bucks County Playhouse Student Theater Festival on April 1st. In addition to attending the theater workshop in the morning, they also performed 2 cuts of Mamma Mia in the afternoon. They were awarded 3 Spotlight Awards for their performances. Megan Simonelli and Oscar Aparicio for featured duet as Donna and Sam, and Kareem Lapinoso for featured vocal performer as Rosie, and our excellent dance ensemble, so great job to all. It was a great event all around. Shiv also mentioned the North Hunterdon Show Choir performed at the Roxbury Invitational for the first time, received a gold ranking. They were selected to perform in the evening showcase and won second place overall in the show pop jazz category. Senior Bo Pardo competed in the solo division and received an Outstanding Achievement Award as well. So congratulations to them. I would like to congratulate Kevin Zhang for participating in the Terra NJ STEM Fair with his project, an AI-driven systematic approach to understanding and predicting spotted lanternfly proliferation. Can't believe I got that out. He won several awards, including first place in the animal science category. So congratulations, Kevin. The 21st Prism concert was held on March 20th. Congratulations to our music staff and students for their exceptional performances, and a huge thank you to the NHHS Music Association for sponsoring this event. It wouldn't be possible without all the hard work they put into it to make sure that they fundraise for it, but it's a fabulous event every year. On April 9th, the Tri-M Music Honor Society performed the national anthem at the Somerset Patriots game at the Patriots Stadium in Bridgewater. That was a nice opportunity for them. And this spring, Voorhees High School introduced United Flag Football. I think Sarah mentioned this as well, as a brand new sport for athletes. They're working with the Jets organization, who has sponsored this program, and it sounds like they're doing great based on some of the stats that Sarah shared with us earlier. So, the Voorhees Drama Club also proudly presented Fiddler on the Roof on April 10th through 13th. It was a production inspired by last year's trip to the Paper Mill Playhouse. The production highlighted our students' talent and teamwork, and the Voorhees production received special recognition at the Bucks County Student Theater Festival. This morning, the Paper Mill Playhouse Rising Star Awards announced nominations and honorable mentions in 9 categories, and Voorhees was honored in several of them. They were nominated as an outstanding overall production of a musical. There was only 4 in the state that received that. Voorhees was one of them. Outstanding performer in a male-identified leading role. Joaquin Arce is as Tavy. Outstanding performance by a chorus. Outstanding achievement by a teacher or outside director, one of our very own Nancy Lomas Reynolds. Outstanding achievement in music direction, again, one of our teachers, Andrew Fink. Outstanding achievement in choreography and staging, Morgan Strail. And outstanding costume achievement, Brianna O'Halloran and Nancy Lomas Reynolds again. They also had some student achievement awards. Matt Sam was received an award for his lighting design, and Samantha Orr as the stage manager. So Voorhees had a very good year this year with their theater program. This morning that was hot off the presses, so I hope everyone joins me in congratulating all of those individuals for the outstanding performance and awards they won. And last, certainly not least, I do want to say that I am in conversation with Clinton Township, the superintendent there. This is very preliminary, so I want the board to be aware that we're talking about a consolidation study. The state has allocated funding through the New Jersey Department of Community Affairs to cover the cost to conduct a feasibility studies regarding potential school district regionalization and consolidation. I've been talking with Dr. Stager at Clinton Township, and we'll be exploring and sharing more information with our board presidents and the rest of the board at some point. And if we decide to move forward, the grant is called the School Regionalization Efficiency Program. And basically, it doesn't bind the board to anything. What it does is it allows us to apply for a grant so that the state will then pay for an efficiency study, which is one of those things that could possibly pull us out of our fiscal hole in the future. So this is a step, I think, in the right direction. There's a lot to be evaluated in regards to that. But we also reached out to all of our other sending districts to see if they would be interested, and they will also be talking to their board of eds as well. So that is my fun administrator's report. I do have a report on harassment, intimidation, and bullying. And we have four instances to report to the board tonight. 2 are unfounded. 1 is founded for some, but not for all of the offenders, and 1 was unfounded inconclusive. So those will be put in a folder for your review, and then you'll be voting on those next month. So that is the report on harassment and intimidation tonight, and then, Kim, do you want to handle 10.2?
I do. I call for a motion and second to affirm the determinations on the HIB incidents reported at the March 18, 2025 board meeting. All moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any nays or abstentions?
Okay, and monthly reports are there for your review. If anyone has
Is
any
Doug
questions,
okay with that?
let me know tonight or at another time. I'll answer questions any other time you have. So, thank you.
Monthly school reports.
Yeah, that's what I just said. The
Did you
monthly
just say-
school reports are there
Okay.
for your perusal. Any questions, let me know.
That's good. Okay, moving on, school board president's report. Next month, May 27, 2025, 7 p.m. is our next board meeting. And I'd like to announce graduation for Voorhees High School will be June 12, 2025 at 9 a.m. And North Hunterdon High School will be at 10:30 on June 12th. And I know administration is providing a bus for the Board of Education, so we can attend both, and I hope everybody does. I do, and it's fantastic to see everyone and to be at both schools in representation. So I think that's great that they're providing the bus for us this year.
Is there anything else us new board members might need to know about graduation and attending? Is there a speaker from the board? Like, what happened?
We all sing.
Yeah.
There-
Hold hands.
there'll be-
They'll go to the swimming pool on the roof.
New members start.
I
Yeah.
won't shy away from them.
Yeah, I can sing.
And I can dance.
In the past, Maren had, but I guess Julianne will do it, your school colors and your,
Your gown.
For your
Your
Well, they'll get an email for
So
that.
you'll get an email to,
I did get that, but I'll be wearing my doctoral gown.
Yeah.
Yep.
they'll give you that, yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Your highest
exactly.
level.
Highest
Yep.
level.
Your
Fun fact, and the first time I'll be wearing it is
our child's graduation.
Well, that's awesome.
Yeah, your highest level.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Okay.
There'll be more info that comes out on the bus.
Who is at Voorhees? It's McKee, right? Who's Mark McKee? Yes, as Dr. Burchak just said, there will be more information given to the board as we approach as directives and the bus timing, because it's going to be early. We're going to try to have it here, I think, to catch.
Yeah, the plan is the bus picks everybody that wants to do both graduations up here, drives us to Voorhees. We get ready up there, participate in the graduation, run to the bus as quick as we can, get on, they bring us back here, drop us off, we walk in.
So we-
So after passing the 2.67, there's no limo?
No, we're lucky to have a bus.
You're lucky we found you transportation.
Yeah.
But yes.
We don't have, that's at a loss.
No, so everyone look for that information, please, and I hope everybody attends both. Moving on, it will be a public comment. During this portion of the meeting, the public is invited to address the Board of Education with comments. You are requested to sign the register provided for this purpose and to state your name, municipality of residence, group affiliation, if applicable, and direct your comments to the school board president. While all comments will be considered by the Board of Education and a response may be forthcoming, if and when appropriate, individual school members may not respond to the speakers at the time of their appearance. The public comment period will be a maximum of 30 minutes in length unless there are unusual circumstances. You will be allocated 3 minutes to speak, and no one will be permitted to speak more than once on the same topic until all others who wish to speak on that topic have been heard. Please keep your comments respectful and non-defamatory and maintain a level of decorum appropriate for a public meeting where students may be present and in the audience.
Carol Castillas, Terry Clinton. I came to my second Board of Education meeting last month to recognize a wonderful job by a district bus driver. I decided to stay and watch the rest of the meeting, and I'm so glad that I did. I am absolutely appalled at the behavior of some of the elected board members. Instead of respectfully agreeing to disagree on items, we had grown, educated adults attacking each other. I thought we were all here for the same common ground, the students, and what's best for them and this district. I began to compare what transpired at this meeting with experiences that my children had with teachers and administration in this district. The similarities in behavior is absolutely frightening. The standard we hold our students to is not the same standard you hold your board colleagues, teachers, and administrators to. The behavior displayed at public meetings makes me question if we really have the best people making decisions for this district. Many of you need to check your egos at the door and get together and do what's best for the students and this district. If I behaved the way some of you behaved in the last meeting at a board meeting at my job, I would be fired. You represent all of you represent this district. And there are students at these meetings. And this is what we're leading by example with. It's terrible. It was disgusting. We all need to be kind humans, and that's something that I think a lot of you on this board have forgotten. Something to also think about. You have your table set up in a U. Half of the board on one side and half of the board on the other side. You're splitting it right down the middle. You guys should be across and having a discussion with everyone out here. No one is right or wrong or left or right. And that's how you're presented to the rest of this community. I have a strong feeling that many other people in this room feel the exact same way, and the comments tonight will be very similar. Thank you for your time.
My name is Michael Piero. Just this year, the girls' basketball team and the boys' basketball team finished. At the end of the year, the boys' basketball team got together, gave out awards, the coaches award, the line award, awards based on statistics. The girls' basketball team, nothing. Are we now discriminating against the women? There's 2 players that were on the team this year that were recognized by the Skyline Conference. One got second team, another one got honorable mention. Nothing. One of the girls was put for Lehigh Valley, a voting for her. The principal was given notification of it. The coaches were given notification of it. The students, nothing. What are we doing? These are our future. These are our children. When a child does well, you don't always have to reward them. But you know what? At least tell them, good job. The Board of Ed has a policy. I read the policy. Sports are supposed to be given awards. So why are we denying awards to students? To me, that's a problem. Somebody needs to look into it. You know, I understand not everyone's going to be a star. Some people are better than others. But at the end of the day, we're supposed to teach team. We're supposed to teach these kids how to improve, how to get to the next level, whether it's sports or education. But what I'm starting to see at North Hunterdon is that the school system or the administration that's in place right now doesn't care. How do you have a parent and children go to a dinner and nothing be given out? So then I sent an email to the coach asking, hey, one of the girls scored underclassmen over 250 points, 200 rebounds. Has that ever been done here in North before? And he said, as far as he knows, no. But that's such a great accomplishment. So I said, I want to use that to help that individual to do even better next year, because that individual wants to bring a championship to North Hunterdon High School. But at the end of the day, why are we not recognizing our children? I'll leave it at that.
Wow, I hope some of you never run for the Board of Education again. Good evening, I'm Bob Imhoff, I'm from Highbridge. I've put 3 kids through this district, the last one in 2020, and overall I've been very pleased with the results. In 30 years of interaction with this school district, I have never felt the need to come and watch these meetings. I stand here now very concerned. Full disclosure, some of you know me. I've been a Board of Education member for 17 years. I've served multiple times as president and vice president of Hunterdon County School Boards, and I currently sit in the Board of Directors for New Jersey School Boards. I am not speaking as a board member tonight, but I do know what I'm talking about.
Your primary responsibility is to ensure our schools are well run. I know firsthand that the extraordinary amount of time your superintendent, BA, and their team are devoting to needless items coming out of these meetings is time that they are not spent making our schools better. That is not well run. I suggest each of you go back and watch the last several meetings online. Watch yourself, your tone. Think about how you're perceived by the district, by the students, by the public. Think about how these meetings make our district look. A former superintendent got me asking myself, can we do better? I suggest some of you start individually asking yourselves that question. You're also responsible to set the tone for the district. The current tone is appalling and disappointing. If the students in this school followed the example set by this board, there would be disciplinary action against them. It's terrible. The lack of respect, the communication, the trust issues, the lack of sharing, and the unwillingness to discuss information is an extremely serious and damaging issue. While you should each vote for whatever you believe is right, discussion and even dissent can make for much better outcomes, a much better system, but it requires listening and an open mind. To quote your very own board agenda public comments section, please keep your comments respectful and non-defamatory. Maintain the level of decorum appropriate for a public meeting where students may be present in the audience. End of the quote. It's not a suggestion, folks. You guys should follow that too. I know each of you dedicate a lot of time to serving, and I sincerely thank each and every one of you for that. It's not easy, and I know these are not high-paying jobs. And I would say that continue the training with Patty, because they will teach you in board leadership. They'll teach you how to run meetings. They've got a whole bunch of other things that they can teach you, how to become a better board member, and most importantly, how you could all become a better Board of Education. I implore you to lead by example, lead by example to our most precious resource, our children. I implore you to act in a civilized, respectful manner, even when you disagree with the person sitting next to you. You're all supposed to be here for the same reason. Thank you.
Karen Gove, Highbridge. Again, I'm not speaking as a board member. I'm speaking as now just an observer, I guess. I thank you for voting for the budget. That was smart, because cutting your out-of-district contingency is really stupid. Some of your sending districts have over 20% special education students. One kid going out of district is going to cost you $200,000. You don't want to be caught without that. So just throwing that out there. And point of order, President, according to Robert's rules, when a motion is on the table, debate follows. The president doesn't get to dictate that everybody can make a statement and then call point of order every time one of your board members tries to debate the issue and get clarification, which is what you were seeking so desperately regarding the budget. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Scott Capetto. I'm a cheer father. I am here with a consortium, a group of parents who are intending to express their support to the board for the, excuse me?
Where are you from?
Clinton Township.
Okay, thank you.
I'm the father of one of these beautiful ladies over here, who's listened to everything going on. We've got some great themes tonight, right? I mean, you guys really, I applaud each and every one of you for your commitment, your dedication. Whether or not the personalities mix, you guys, I believe every single one of you, honestly, at my core, want what's best for the school district, right? And sometimes the message comes out a little rough, maybe not even polite, but you're sending a message, right? You're sending a message to these girls over here. And this school and the school district sends messages to them. And they grow up like a gentleman that was here earlier who's a graduate. And they may come back to this county. And they may be taxpayers, and they may raise their families here. So this group here would like to give you some information and some insight into their support of their cheer coach and how their cheer coach has brought them to competition after competition after competition, and how that cheer coach and that staff has brought them to believe in competition, teamwork, honesty, loyalty. And I would like to ask someone here, we've got parents, we've got alumni who drove up from South Carolina directly here sitting here listening to all this other stuff because they feel this is important. We have alumni parents, we have current cheerleaders. So give us a few moments to step up and have them say a few words to you. Thank you.
Hi. Sorry. Okay. Hi, I'm Emily Rush. I'm a sophomore at the College of Charleston, and I cheer there. And I was on varsity cheer for all 4 years of my high school experience, and I was also a varsity lacrosse player all 4 years. And I had Coach Noreen as my coach for 3 of those years. My first year was a different coach. From direct experience, rehiring Noreen would be in every athlete's best interest, regardless of if they end up continuing sports in college like I did, because of the lessons, grit, and strength that she instilled in me. I know that Coach Noreen is the reason that I'm a Division I cheerleader and have been able to compete at this high level. She never gave up on me, and she made sure that I never gave up on myself. I'm majoring in sports psychology, and I'm studying to be a therapist for athletes. I understand firsthand how hard it is and challenging it can be to feel the pressure that come with the environment that sports put on. But the expectation that a coach that has on you can add to it. I get that, but that only makes you better. And Coach Noreen truly makes sure that her athletes reach their highest potential if they're willing to work for it. Which has prepared me for the real world and motivates me to keep pushing forward. I remind myself of the high standard that she's had on me to lead me to my success over the years. I'm a sophomore, and I just finished my sophomore year. I had a captain role, and I truly would not be who I am as a person or athlete if I didn't have her leading the way. When it comes to sports, it's up to the athlete if they choose to stay or if they walk away. Like I said, I played lacrosse for all 4 years, and there was many times that I questioned that if it was worth it for me to stay. Inevitably, I stayed because it's more than if you get that play time or if you don't get the play time. It's more than if the coach likes you or doesn't like you. Not everything looks exactly how you want it to, and I learned from Coach Noreen that you get to determine your worth on a team. No one else gets to determine your worth on the team. My mental strength, my fortitude, and resiliency are all thanks to what she expected of me as an athlete. I would not want to see other athletes lose the impact that she had on me. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Maddie Torkeldsen, and I graduated in 2023 and was also a 4-year varsity cheerleader at North. My freshman year, our team had so much talent, yet we did terrible due to not the best coaching. We were taught how to edit Instagram pictures rather than being taught how to progress our cheerleading skills. Sophomore year, Coach Noreen started her first year of coaching, and I'm not going to lie, we were nervous, and that was because our first day we were running, we were lifting, we were working out, and basically we were finally being treated like every other sport. And because of that, we got real and amazing outcomes and accomplishments. Once we hit high school and we play sports, it becomes more than just a fun thing you do with your friends. You're not going to walk into practice and have the coach hold your hand and hand you everything on a silver platter. With that being said, I believe Noreen really enforced a what you give is what you get kind of coaching technique. She held us accountable, she taught us how to hold ourselves accountable, she taught us grit, drive, respect, and many other important qualities every great athlete needs. Sophomore year was COVID, so it was kind of wacky, but junior year we were still receiving the amazing coaching, and we got the best placing at nationals that North has ever got. From going from like 130th place my freshman year to 5th place in the nation all within 2 years, that right there is proof that Noreen and her coaching led us to the top. Overall, Noreen would go to the ends of the earth to help an athlete with drive that's hardworking and willing to listen to succeed and cheer. no matter what their skill level actually was. Noreen coached at a very low skill level school before North, and yet while she was there, they were placing well, hitting a sharp routine, because as she told us, they showed up, they put in the work outside of practice, and they never gave up. Still to this day, I'm close with Noreen, and I know this year the team has struggled with attendance issues, attitude issues, skipping for silly reasons issues, and those are the athletes that are not in favor for Coach Noreen to return as coach. And I wanted to add that Noreen is human too. She has a life. She wakes up with random pains. She has more than one job outside of coaching. She experiences every other tiny reason cheerleaders are giving her to skip practice, and yet she is still there every single day. And all she wants is genuinely coming from her heart, and that is to help every single cheerleader be successful. I truly believe with everything in my heart that Coach Noreen is the best coach North has ever had and will ever have. And if tonight's vote does not go in Coach Noreen's favor, not only would that be terrible for her, but also the future athletes that aspire to be an amazing cheerleader. I also want to throw in my junior year, I very strongly disliked school. I disliked work. I pretty much hated life in general. And the one place that I didn't hate life was at practice because of Coach Noreen. When we got fifth place and the school announced it, I was so happy. And I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Good evening, almost good morning. My name is Susan Lynn. I'm a resident of Clinton Township for 28 years. I have two children one that's going to school in district now and one that's graduated. I'd like to express my support for the rehire of Coach Noreen. My daughter, Callie Lynn, cheered for 3 years under Coach Noreen, from 2021 to 2023. Callie's currently a behavioral neuroscience and psychology major at Florida State University. And I have a brief statement to read from her. Coach Noreen fully prepared me to be a college cheerleader competing at NCAA Nationals for Florida State University, which says enough. The fact is that she helped me build confidence, leadership skills, and contributed to my preparedness for life beyond high school. She instilled the importance of showing up and striving to reach your full potential. Her dedication to the team and strong work ethic extend well beyond the cheerleading world. And those are notes from my daughter. There are several current and prior passionate cheer team leaders also here tonight to support the rehire of their coach. A coach with whom they have excelled personally as athletes, as a team, and as good citizens in the school and the general community. These are our future leaders. These are our future advocates showing up and exercising their voice. I hope they're all heard. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Natalie Capetto. I'm a junior here at North. I'm here tonight to speak on behalf of my cheer coaches. Standing here is very nerve-wracking because this is my own future I will be addressing. I've been on varsity cheer for all 3 years I have been here at North, as well as doing an alternative competition team outside of school. I have also been in both of our competition performance routines as well. When I think of support, I think of my cheer coaches. These coaches include Noreen Stansberry, Phelan Stansberry, and Chris Vitelli. I would not be the athlete I am today without all three of them. My coaches have given me countless of opportunities, and I am aware that is because of my personal hard work and effort, but without the support of my coaches, I would not have come as far as I have. They truly want the best for me and always notice the hard work I apply to myself and how I try to put that onto others as well. I would specifically like to talk about Coach Noreen. At the end of our season banquet that happened last month, Coach Noreen presented me with the Lion Strong Award. and followed that up with a few words to represent me. These words were, "Strength is not just about being powerful in stunts or resilience in conditioning. It's about perseverance, determination, and an unshakable presence." These words were said about an athlete, but I think they also apply to people in life. Coach Noreen works 2 jobs and still perseveres through all of her life struggles and always makes us as a team a priority. Her determination is something I admire more than anything, and she has taught me to do the same thing for myself and carry that throughout the rest of my life. It's sad to say, but most of the time it is very obvious that Coach Noreen cares more about the team and the sport than majority of these athletes and parents. At the end of the day, this is a high school sport, cut out to be fun and possibly help us out in the future. Nobody is holding any of these athletes there, and if they didn't want to be there, these people have no right to blame that on these coaches. Coach Noreen specifically cares so much about us as individuals, and if we didn't achieve a placement we wanted at a competition or a certain trophy, I know she will toss and turn all night trying to figure out where she went wrong. None of our performances are her fault. There's nothing she can do. She's not the one who's on that mat. Cheer has been a part of my life for almost 15 years. The experience I have at North is like no other. It has had a huge impact on my mental health in the most positive way. High school is a hectic time and can be some of the worst times of your life. When I felt like there was nothing going for me, cheer was there. I have a family that will support me and make me realize there is always light at the end of the tunnel the second I walk into practice. Not to toot my own horn, but I feel that I'm very incredibly talented at what I do in cheerleading, and I know others think that too. My freshman and sophomore year, this team was very successful, and we all felt like the team was right where we needed to be. My junior year, I didn't feel much other than disappointment and anger. The big thing that didn't change between those 2 very different emotions was our coaches. They are the same coaches I've had all 3 years. They do their job the same way they always have. You cannot blame staff for your own faults. It's the same concept as if I were to receive an F on a test and I walked up to my teacher and told them that bad grade was completely their fault. I would be the one taking the test. It has nothing to do with them. My senior year is something I have always been looking forward to since I was a freshman. I cannot see myself having the senior year I always dreamed of without my coaches by my side. Throughout my whole high school experience, I have never been afraid to stand up for myself and stand up for others. This is because of my coaches' lack of judgment. They always say you don't need to be a senior to be a leader. Me and multiple underclassmen have taken on that role because we know that we can't rely on anyone but ourselves to achieve the things we want. Sitting here at almost midnight on a school night is not something I would willingly be doing if I did not feel my coaches were a right fit for the job they have. I can guarantee you I will fall asleep in multiple classes tomorrow, but I have no regrets sitting here right now. I think this is ridiculous, and I'm very happy that I'm able to say what I'm saying. In conclusion, sports are hard, but nothing in life is ever easy. It's about how you take on challenges, and when you don't get your way, you have a right to back away or push through, and that's nobody's choice but your own. I feel change needs to happen, but the changes that need to happen involve the parents and children in this program, and not the coaches at all. I hope you consider these words carefully and understand the point of view of this situation coming from a student athlete. Thank you for your time.
Woo! That's my girl!
I have a long last name, I'm sorry. Good evening, everyone. My name is Stephanie Rekowitz, and no, I am not a parent. No, I am not a cheerleader. I did graduate from this school system in 2022, and my sister, who's sitting over there, and who's probably going to kill me for saying that, is currently a North cheerleader and will be a senior next year. I am up here not only as a family member, but I am up here because now I am at East Stroudsburg University studying sport management, so I know what it takes for teams to be successful. I coach, I lead, I build teams, and I know exactly what it takes to destroy one too. Tonight in front of this board, our parents, our current and former athletes, I am not here to sugarcoat it. 3 years ago, when my sister first joined North Cheer, it was a program rooted in discipline, unity, and excellence. You either bought into the mission or you didn't last. It demanded sacrifice, it demanded a team-first mentality, and it delivered success year after year. The coaches didn't fail us, we failed them. We failed them when respect became optional. We failed them when sideline gossip became louder than team support. We failed them when we allowed a handful of individuals to sacrifice what should be all about our athletes. Our coaching staff, however, showed up every practice, every game, every challenge, no matter what. And I am the coach that I am because of Noreen. Because I watched her do what she did and the passion that she led with, I am the coach that I am today. And I cannot be more thankful for the North Cheer program. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Lana Brennan. I am here as a parent of a senior and 2 upcoming 8th graders. I am from Clinton Township. While I applaud these girls for getting up 100%, like it is not an easy task to get up, their experience is not necessarily the same as everyone else, as we know. You get different experiences based on who you are or in how it goes. I am getting up now. My daughter is a senior. I have not said anything for 4 years because I like to give people chances. I like to give situations chances to flow out. But seeing that I have 2 upcoming 8th graders who also want to cheer, even though I strongly suggest otherwise, they want to continue on. So I feel like I need to get up and say something because I can't teach my kids anything if I'm not willing to do it myself. So when my kids participate on teams, any team, the expectation is to work hard, do the best you can, learn new things, and be a member of the team supporting others. I would think that the expectation of any other team, freshman, JV, whatever, would not be to sit on the sideline watching varsity team, but physically participating and working on techniques to move forward, as in learning, similar to how we do it in our classrooms. No matter what my feelings toward a coach, my kids are always expected to listen to them and show respect, learning to deal with difficult situations. It's part of life. I've also sat on the LCO board and supported the coach and not in any way tried to push anything. I do believe in supporting the girls and the coach. I have already shared my concerns with the AD, the principal, and the super, and at the end of the day, I will be honest. I'm not expecting change. However, as I said, I will teach my kids by example. You stand up for what is right, not just what is easy. Everyone's experience is different, so I'm glad that other girls had a good experience, but that was not necessarily the case for mine. So thank you this evening, and I hope that since that this has been brought to your attention, anything comes up later on, you are aware. Thank you.
South Carolina got me. Making your night go a little longer. But if you've been here a long time, I bet you're shocked you're seeing me again. Probably want to run the other way. Chris Rush, Clinton Township. Yes, I had to move the mic down, guys. Yes. I don't have anything prepared. My daughter spoke earlier. Her name was Emily, former cheerleader. I am just here, honestly, to speak as someone who has been in this district 20 years and had 3 children go through the North, athletes, student athletes, all multiple sports, soccer, lacrosse, cheer, track, and through those experiences, I, as a mom, experienced a lot of different things, watching through the eyes of my children and what their experiences were with various coaching and teams and dynamics. And all 3 of my children are now out, and they are all amazing and very proud of all of them. The thing is that they are who they are, and I can say it now because they're there. They're all young adults. They're out of my house, and why I cry myself to bed sometimes knowing that, even more elated at the fact of the young adults that I see in them because of the experiences they've had, good, bad, and different. And while I'm proud of them and their accomplishments and all the things that they have on paper and jobs and whatever, I am honestly the most proud of the fact that regardless of the struggles and successes they had here, and they had them all, and at various levels, but across all boards of the athletic programs here, the thing I feel like I am the most proud of is the fact that regardless of those things, not even regardless, because of those things, they are who they are today. And they are dealing with things that are so much bigger than high school sports and coaches who never played them, coaches who supported them in ways that we are still blown away by, and everything in between. But all three of those young adults today are who they are and doing what they're doing in healthy, strong, resilient ways because they went through what they went through. And I, looking back at how I handled all those situations for them and with them, not for them, with them, because I could have done it for them. And 3 kids in 8 years at North, I didn't do anything for them. They had to go through it. They had to experience it. And now all 3 on the outside handling life like the champions North made them. And so I want to thank North for that. And I want to just say, when you're voting tonight, please remember that they don't stay high schoolers. And I don't say that to you to be disrespectful, that you don't know that. I know you're all parents for the most part. I don't know everybody. But you're all here for kids. So just speaking from this mom's perspective, that's no longer a North mom, but forever a Lion, the 3 children that were produced through North because of their experiences, good, bad, and indifferent, you should know they are extremely, extremely prepared for what they're experiencing now, and I believe what they will experience, and it's because of the coaching and the experiences, good, bad, and different. And I just hope when you make your decision tonight, you recognize that it doesn't always have to be pretty, it doesn't always have to be perfect, and I can't say it any better than these amazingly brave young ladies. But just take that into consideration, that I can give perspective on the other end. I've seen it all, and my heart broke for many, many nights for my kids many times throughout the time. But it's not breaking anymore because they're exactly who they're supposed to be because they went through it, and they're on the other side of it. So please take that into consideration. And I didn't even mention her name, but I am so, so grateful for the 3 years that Coach Noreen gave my daughter. I know my daughter gave a lot to her and to this school and this program, but what Noreen gave to my daughter will forever, forever be something I will carry with me. And thank you for your time tonight, too. By the way, I really appreciate all of you and everything you do for the district. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Anyone?
Just want to finish up and follow up, if it's okay?
You've heard some amazing things from some amazing people. And I will even agree with Ms. Brennan, not everyone's experience is the same. None of us will have the same experience. You see 5 cheerleaders here, 5 young women, and 1 surrogate mom for her daughter. Each of them has had a different experience, including Lana's wonderful daughter too. And they're not all going to be great experiences. We don't have great experiences through life all the time. And as I said into an email to the board today, sometimes our roughest experiences are the ones we learn our greatest lessons from. So we want to thank you, on behalf of the parents and everybody, for listening and indulging us in this. And I know, like I said earlier, you all want to do what's right. And what you're doing, whether it's budgets or cuts or organizations or anything you do, I don't have to tell you, you've been through this. Look at those faces, because you're doing it for them. I mean that, right? You're doing it for them. You're setting examples for them so that one day they could do what you're doing. and set examples to others. So thank you very much for tonight.
Is there anyone?
Okay if we let the kids go to sleep?
I would think so.
Appreciate it.
Is there any other comments? Okay, with no other comments, we will move forward with our Curriculum Instruction and Technology Committee report.
So I'm going to get this done before midnight.
I was going to give you a timeline.
Appreciate it.
So the committee met on the 16th. We had a number of items that we looked at. We looked at attendance. There was some conversation about the way events like the Spike for the Cure, where kids were accounting for attendance, that was creating some discrepancies. So that's those types of things they're going to continue to look at. There was also some recognition that the way the animal science students are going to be moving from an academy listing to a full-time listing. I think the sum takeaway is that we're going to continue to monitor grouping and how students get listed. The next item was common assessments, which have rolled up to 10th grade in English, Math, Science, and Social Studies. We're now using a computer platform this year. These have been collaboratively developed and reviewed, and we will be looking for correlations with state testing and the different performance levels or academic levels by subject and grade. And this is working towards a dashboard of results and an assessment schedule that we can start to use for data and analysis. We looked at third marking period grades, shared the quarterly distributions, some discussion about just grading practices and approaches, and more conversation to come about grading practices. There was a request to break out trends by program level and explore those practices to see what they might reveal. And the last assortment of items, there was an AI update. The district is developing some in-house resources to train and acquaint staff using Gemini. We are also going to begin undertaking a monthly department review where Rich Brown will brief the committee on each department so that in the course of the year we're up to speed on every department, every trends, what those offerings are. The last item was looking at PD and gathering data on its impact on instruction and assessment, and it's still 12 o'clock. So.
Nice. Thank you. Okay, yeah, we'll keep it rolling. I need a motion and a second to approve items 13.1 through 13.2.
So moved.
Second.
Beth and Jessica, I think, was it? Yeah. Beth and then Jessica.
Thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays or abstentions? Moving on to policy and school security, we have a committee report from policy.
Yes, so policy and security meeting met on April 14th. All was in attendance. Kim was unable to attend. We are currently discussing the 5,000, 6,000 series of the policies of the New Jersey School Board that we are in the process of conversion. We discussed the spreadsheet that's being used to track comments on policies as a review. We agreed it's, although helpful and useful, right now for more detailed later, we're going to kind of go through the policies a little bit quicker just to see if there's anything in there that stands out. There was a discussion about medical marijuana, which led to discussion about administration of medicine in general schools. We talked about redundancies and policies throughout the manual. With the HIV policies being a good example of that. There was also discussion about certain policies that state they need to be renewed by the board annually. So some policies state that they have to be reviewed every year. Dr. Burjax is going to contact New Jersey school boards to see if there's a list of those policies. We also discussed board docs and getting that set up sooner than later to allow training, and hopefully we can possibly have that live by July 1st. There was questions about policies that are discretionary, non-mandated, or monitored, regulations. 6163 was example of that. Dr. Burjack's will also clarification on regulations and those of discretionary from New Jersey School Board. So some policies have a regulation that may not be mandatory and we may not need it, or it could be redundant. Our conclusion is that we will be moving on to the 7,900 series policies for May, but we'll also continue to review the 6,000 series as its portion was very long. And the only action item is that contact the New Jersey School Board for clarification questions mentioned above.
Any discussion for Nicole on those policy committee report? Okay. Moving on to Finance, Facilities, and Transportation Committee report. Dan, please.
Thank you. We met on April 14th at 6:30. Everyone was in attendance. Obviously, we discussed the budget. I'm not going to focus on that. I'm going to focus on the agenda items. Talk about the budget, obviously. So 15.1 on the agenda is the approval of the contract for the SRO. This is the contract for the current year, so from 2024 to 2025. It'll go through till June. We did have discussion, which we can get into, is about the contract going forward from that point, and that potential changes that Rich would like to make in that contract going forward. But the current contract is to kind of close that. And this was a contract that we didn't receive until late February, something like that. And that's why there was a delay in getting it on the agenda. Items 15.2 is district donations. This is there's 2 donations that are both for the upgrades to the throwing circles. They're donating the labor and materials to make those upgrades. We're in approval of that. Items 15.3 through 15.8 are just the standard monthly resolutions. 15.9, contract with Strong Associates and Education Consultant. I had talked to Rich about this, and the description is that this is for training our administrators on the Strong Evaluation System. This is a system we use to evaluate our certificated staff and some non-certificated. In order to keep using it, we are required to have everyone recertified each year, and that's what the contract is for. And I think this is required by the state, correct? And this is the vendor we're using. 15.10 is change orders from Billy Contracting and Decessa Engineering. Billy Contracting did a interiors project, so these are we're basically closing out these projects. The projects are done. Now that the projects are done, there's contingencies and things in place that were not used, so that money is coming back, and that amount for both projects combined is going to be coming back to us is $460,479. And this money, these funds will be returned to the district for future projects, and that's what we did have this discussion about about it going to the tax levy and things like that, which is not allowed, but we can use it for future projects. And the committee was in approval of these items, except I'll say 15.1, there was a lot of discussion back and forth, obviously, about the contract. Any question?
Sorry, Dan, I was even at the meeting. You just said that...
Sorry, I was going fast.
The last item, 15.10.
Yes.
We're kind of unsure. I mean, it was stated that we were unsure what was going to happen to that money, whether we gave it back to the taxpayers or put it in a bank account. And you're saying now that we figured out what the answer to that was?
It's going to, you can go.
Yeah, just to clarify, because at the time I didn't know if that had been a part of a referendum. Okay, been a part of the
you said you weren't sure, right?
And it was part of the capital reserve, so that money will go back into capital reserve for other projects. If it would have been debt service, then you would have been able to reduce the debt service for the taxpayers.
Okay, thank you. It goes into capital reserve.
Correct.
Which you showed us getting kind of
bare bones. That was showing operational capital
okay.
reserve, not the other.
Okay. And then my other question, sorry, is on 15.1, Rich, you were able to, I thought that we had a contract that ran calendar year, and you were, because that mismatch, you were able to get it to go school year?
So it will still have to be approved by Clinton Township, but I did notify Chief DeRosa that was our intention, is just for the SRO contract, because the SRO contract went calendar year. I did notify him that the board wants it to go school year, and so we agreed that we would approve this contract through June, and that's going to give me and him time to negotiate and figure out what the contract will be from July 1st.
Right. But we don't know.
Will we have time to put that in place before the school year starts?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Will we have time to put the new contract in place before the school
That's
year
one of my
starts?
goals, is to make sure all of these contracts are completed before the school year starts, so we're not approving something in February.
Sorry.
And what if Clinton Township does not come up? What's our contingency? Are we going to be next year voting the whole school? That's what happened. And it's interesting because someone did bring it up that Lebanon Township was much quicker, the process.
I don't know what the delay was this year. I'm going to tell you that I will give everything, my full effort to make sure that these things are done prior to the beginning of school year.
So we can do it fiscally each year?
Yep.
Okay.
But it is just for full disclosure, we don't, it's not a unilateral decision. They have to agree.
They do have to agree,
right.
Yes.
That's correct. And the township is got a say in this. It's just not chief's decision. Right.
That is correct.
I have a question about Strong and Associates. So, how long has the district been using the Strong evaluation model?
2010? I think it was when the state actually made us choose between Danielson, Strong, and I think there was Marzano. There was only 3 at the time, and then you could come up with your own, but you had to get it certified by the state, if you remember that time. And we chose Strong. We evaluated all 3. They felt like the Strong was the model that we fit our needs best in our district, and it made sense.
So with that recertification, is that a state mandate, or is that, and does the district have liberty by which they can fulfill that requirement? Meaning, especially given you have longevity with administrative staff that have used it, that can turnkey it.
So it is required by the state. We have one of their approved models. Okay. It's not required that we do this recertification by the state. The recertification is required by Strong Associates because we use their model. So if we want to continue to use their model, they make us get recertified every year. So if we didn't want to do that, we would have to look at moving to a different model, but it's my understanding, and again, I don't know the exact cost, but I could find out what every system has a recertification every year. I don't know if it is comparable to this cost, so.
Yeah, because I know there are options.
Yeah. And actually, I believe there's more than 3 now. I mean, again, I'm going back when we chose this.
Right.
I believe since then there's been a few more that have been approved by the state. So we could look at that as something, in personnel under evaluation. That could be something that we discuss in committee.
Yeah, I definitely think that's it. Really,
they all follow the same protocol too.
4,500 for that, I think.
Pretty much
Yeah.
all the different.
I don't know what they charge for the other systems, but we can look into that and give you some comparisons, and we can determine what is our best case scenario for the following year. Right?
But each system's going to cost, there's going to be a
Something.
cost
Not
for
necessarily.
training.
Well, that depends how you do it. You could do it in-house. You have, the fortunate thing about this district is the administrative staff have used this for quite some time, and there's longevity with them. So is there an opportunity to turnkey? I don't know, and I'm not overstepping. I'm just saying that, are there other ways to look at that $4,500?
Yeah. No, I think it's a good point.
Because it's a big chunk.
And we will. I don't think we have time to change that between now and the opening
Right,
of this school year.
you see what
But yes, without a doubt.
Any other questions? Okay, I need a motion and a second to approve agenda items 15.1 through 15.10.
Second.
Who was first? Was that Dan and Jessica?
Thank you.
Ready? I wasn't sure. All in favor? Aye. Any nays or abstentions?
No.
No?
You're voting no?
15.1.
15.1. That was no on 15.1.
Do you guys want to clarify some of the discussion that we had on the budget with the SRO? Or, because I know that some questions came up, but I held off on talking about it.
Because you were waiting for 15.1.
Well, here it
Correct.
is. Here's the opportunity if you'd like to.
Yeah, sure.
Sure, I mean, you were speaking to Jessica, so.
But just to be clear, these are the contracts that cover the current school year, which
Correct.
ends
Oh, it's not gonna change the
2
vote.
months, right?
Correct.
Okay.
And by the way,
Yeah.
Kim, I misspoke. I didn't mean to say no, I meant to say yes. I don't know why I said that on the vote. On 15.1.
So,
Okay, let's,
okay, let's stop. Let me go back. Let's go back to that, okay? Can we table that motion, or set that motion aside and have this discussion?
We just voted.
He's
turn back the clock.
He can
change his vote.
Absolutely.
Yes,
He can change his vote, but the vote stands.
Yeah.
We're not changing the vote. They want to have a discussion so
Yeah.
they can share facts about what
I misheard
happened.
what she said. I was a yes for 15.
So he was confused.
Yes.
So you're yes.
Correct.
So it was unanimous.
Yes, my fault.
Right.
Wait, it's okay.
Now would you like that
Yes.
opportunity to clarify?
So this conversation came up. I think it's important to understand the full story, right? So I think maybe some members know, some members don't. So how this came to at least our committee's attention back in January, right? And it came to our attention from Dr. Burgax, and he said to us, hey, security might be something that we need to take a look at. We're running up against a budget situation. That's how this first came up on our radar. So I think everyone knows me by now. I ask a billion questions, right? So I started asking some questions and say, okay, like what does the safety presence look like? I honestly had no idea. So we have 5 officers at North, 4 at Voorhees. So a total of 9, 7 Class 3s and 2 SROs, 1 in each school. So I took it from the beginning. I said, oh, okay. I said, before we even think about reducing safety, we have to make sure that our inefficiencies or there isn't waste in other areas, because that's got to be the last thing that we take a look at, right? So everyone's in agreement there. So I said, okay, one of my very first questions is, how did we arrive at this number? And I asked that question because Dr. Burgax rightly pointed out in the beginning of this conversation is that 9 officers is more than any local town that is not policed by state police has on the road at any given time, which is a fact. So that led me to the question, say, okay, are we overstaffed? Maybe we're understaffed. I have no idea. I asked him, how did we come up with that number? Is there a best practices? Is there some guidance out there? It says if you're going to go down the road of Class 3 or SRO, is there some sort of recommendation for officer per X amount of students? We didn't have that data. So the answer that we got was essentially, correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Burgax, is that this was at the direction of the prior superintendent, and we didn't really know how the numbers came up to. So I said, so that would be step 1, at least for me. Are we understaffed on safety, or are we overstaffed? I think it's fair to say we still don't have that answer, right? So, and it could very well be we're understaffed, it could be we were overstaffed. I have no idea. But in lieu of any type of data, it's hard to say one way or the other. So that's how we started getting down this road. So then we looked at, okay, we have an SRO in each school, and we have Class 3s. So then we had to ask ourselves, what's the difference between a Class 3 officer and what do they do every single day versus an SRO? And what is the cost of a Class 3? And what is the cost of an SRO? Right? So the first question was, okay, a Class 3 is predominantly safety. Their main function is safety presence. So when the public or anyone on the board thinks of an officer, I think that almost everyone thinks of safety presence. Not what is the officer doing above and beyond safety, but the first thing that we think of is keeping students safe. That's 99, you ask anybody of the public or this board, what is the purpose of an officer? They're going to say safety. That's just the bottom line, right? So then we said, okay, we're looking at the cost. A class 3 officer is approximately, correct me if I'm wrong, 55,000-ish? 58? 58. And then we looked at the cost of an SRO, which was 51,000 change for 2024, escalated up to 195,000. So first we asked, why is that, right? And then the other thing, before I get into that, we call this a contract. I don't really know if that's the best terminology here because it's more like an agreement, I would say, because the board never approved it, right? So I think we're all in agreement that this situation that we're in now can't ever happen again. Meaning like we can't go ahead and approve contracts in the middle of the school year, right? Because if it hypothetically failed, what would we do? Because the vast majority of the services were already rendered. So we can never be in this situation, and I think, and it's not any fault to the administration, I think it's whatever the processes were from the municipality or the police department, it just slowed us down. It's probably easier for them to work off a fiscal year or a calendar year versus us, we have to do it in a school year, right? So I think that played a part. So then when we look at, okay, the cost, what are we doing, what does an SRO do that a class 3 does not? Dr. Bergax did his best to try to explain it. I'll be completely honest and transparent. I mean, I wasn't seeing the value. I was unconvinced, right? So we took it a step further. Dr. Bergax, rightfully so, brought in Chief DeRosa, right? And his sole function at that meeting was to basically explain to us what an SRO does and why they're an added resource versus having a class 3. So a couple things that he pointed out to me. He acknowledged that the vast majority of the work is safety, but in my mind, I looked at it, what are they doing above and beyond safety that we can then justify the 4X cost, right? It's the only way I can look at it. So basically he said there's 3 things that they do. One, they more or less teach classes, right? Whether that's drug prevention, awareness, whatever the classes are, I don't know exactly what they are. So then I asked the question, I said, okay, how many classes are we talking about? Is it once a day, once a week, once a month, once a year? We don't have that answer. I don't know that answer. The committee does not have that answer. So he did say that he would get us the information. As of today, that we don't have it, right? The second part is, and I think Tara mentioned it, is that they do reporting. They take reports. So one of the big differences is that a class 3 officer is an SRO is a current police officer, which means he or she has full authority of a current police officer, which means if an incident happens, they can take a report in real time on campus without having to call the police. So I pushed back on that and I said, okay, in an emergency situation, if there was one to happen, it would be treated as if any other emergency. If it was more of a situation where a report needed to be taken, the class 3 officers are more than equipped and trained to de-escalate a situation, and if a police officer has to be brought into the school to conduct an investigation, to isolate the kids or the students, and then the SRO comes in and conducts said investigation when they're able to come. Now, Terry, you mentioned that, well, if there's an accident, we might have to wait. Jessica, pardon me. Jessica, we might have to wait. Yes, that is true.
Exactly.
But you have to keep in mind, it's in a non-emergency situation if a report. It's not like...
Rich, when your kid's in the high school, and he's sitting there, and there's an emergency in school, and we can't get 911 to come right away, do you want your kid there?
No, you're misspeaking, because it's not 911. It's not an emergency situation.
It's an emergent,
It's
not emergent.
You wouldn't call 911 to take a report.
You would call 911 if there's an incident at the school, and it doesn't have to be an active shooter, but if there's an incident where there's let's just say a fight where 10 kids get in a brawl, and you've got to separate them, and you've got, people getting injured and all of that. There could be any scenario. You could have a bomb threat, which we've had bazillions of times, where you have to have that SRO in that school searching for bombs.
Well, the class 3 would do the same. So that's what I'm saying. So let me finish, if I can finish.
But you have a qualified, and I understand
the other one. A class 3 is qualified.
Yeah, they're qualified active police officer in our school to cover our kids' safety.
Correct.
A class 3 officer is not an active cop.
That
He's a
is correct.
retired cop.
Yeah,
A
but
retired
I would say respectfully, to say that almost 75% of our security presence is inadequate, I would
I didn't
disagree
say
with
it's
that.
inadequate.
I would
I'm
disagree
saying
with
they don't carry guns, they don't have
They
the
do carry guns.
authority.
They do carry guns.
They don't have
They
the
do
authority of the SRO.
In an emergency situation, just to be very clear,
Mhm.
if there is an active shooter situation, a Class 3 officer has full authority to pull his or her gun, just to be clear. So anyway, so we're asking what is above and beyond that, outside of safety presence, does the Class 3 officer do? The last thing was investigations, right? So obviously, a current police officer has to, take the lead on investigations. So what we have to look at here, in these unique situations, we ask them, okay, how many classes? No data. How many reports taken? No data. How many investigations have taken place? No data. So where we struggle, or I struggle, as somebody looking at this situation from fresh eyes, is that if the sell to us, or the upside of an SRO, is that they can take, they can teach classes, do reporting and investigations, the chief has to be able to quantify exactly what those numbers look like. So we can have a good idea, hey listen, are we getting the bang for the buck here at 195,000 versus a 55,000? Because they're doing the same role as safety. So then we looked at the actual agreement, right? And I think, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, Rich, Dr. Burgax, that we're in alignment that there's problems with this agreement, hence why it's being amended to end June 30th. I think we would all agree with that. If we didn't have problems with this agreement, it wouldn't be amended to end June 30th. So I think we need to acknowledge that there is significant problems with this agreement. And I'll give you some of the things that I pointed out to Chief DeRosa that he said he was going to check with the CFO on, that we haven't gotten feedback on. And I asked Dr. Burgax if he's gotten feedback, and we have not. So I don't know why he said he would get it back to us, and we haven't gotten it. I can't answer that. But where this agreement or these numbers don't make sense, and why we have to take a look at this, the salary on a calendar year is $127,000 and change, because you have to understand the language in here, they're not employees of, or the officer is not an employee of the district, they're still an employee of the town. So we pay a prorated portion of the officer's salary, because the officer doesn't work for the district for the entire year. I think that would make sense to everybody, right? That the district is not paying 100% of the salary when they're not working here 100% of the time. It's common sense, right? So then you look.
We were paying for 10 months.
Pardon me?
I think in our previous contract, we only paid for 10 months.
I would caution the board members that contract negotiations should not be discussed in public, as it potentially gives an advantage to the other side of the contract negotiations. So specific details about positions, strategies, things like that should not.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to get into strategy at all, but I'm just going to lay out the facts.
Can I just raise a point of order? And I'm sorry that I missed the front end of this. I thought we discussed and voted on this.
We did.
Okay.
We did.
So I'm just, it sounds like there's a conversation that needs to continue, possibly in FFT, to come back.
Well, there was a conversation that it came up during the budget where I didn't articulate this because I knew it was coming back up on 15.1.
No,
so that's why I held off.
And you voted no.
On this, I voted yes.
Okay.
I said no, but I meant yes.
Oh, I see.
So going on, and I won't get into strategy, but I'm going to tell you where my concerns were. So if we're prorating the salary, that's number one. I have concerns that we are paying 100% of some of these benefits here. So if the salary is prorated, then why are we asking ourselves, why are some of the benefits, which I would argue, should we be paying FICA, pension, and health insurance? I'd say probably not. It's not happening at Lebanon, correct?
That's correct.
So it bears the question, why are we doing it here? So then the difference of 2024 to 2025 is because the officer decided to take benefits. So in this particular agreement, the district is paying full freight on the officer's benefits when they're not an employee of the district and they do not work here full-time. I think we'd be selling ourselves short of not pushing back on this. Additionally, keep in mind, this is essentially a carryover agreement from the prior agreement. But there is one discrepancy on here, is the health portion of this. That was not in last year's agreement because the officer wasn't taking them. So I mentioned to Rich, I said I would even push back even further and say, okay, we're going to keep this agreement in place, but we're ending it June 30th.
That would be a negotiation point, so let's be careful what we are going into.
I think you've gotten your point across,
Yeah.
Rich.
Yeah.
Okay, but I mean, I needed to clarify that there's reasons, not just outside of safety, to take a look at this. And the other thing is that it isn't just a scenario where if there's no money there for 195,000 SRO, there's always the option to replace the SRO with a Class 3 officer. Because the vast majority of the work being done is safety, according to what was presented to me.
Thank you, Mr. Lordy. Can we then move this to committee, to FFT, and have this discussion, and again, on the...
Wouldn't this go to security, policy and security, or are we just discussing the contract at FFT?
Well, I think we're discussing the contract terms right now. We could talk about, in policy and security, we could talk about strategies on how we want to staff this.
Has anyone consulted our security advisor that we employ?
Yeah, I've been working with Shane. Shane's been actually doing a lot of work on this.
Okay.
I also do urge that when we do that, if we can look at the SRO as a whole, like their full responsibilities, because there is a lot to it, and we want to make sure that we get that full picture, full snapshot of what they do.
Yes, and that's part of what we'll discuss in FFT and policy and security.
And DeRosa did mention that there is room for negotiations, and that if that's something that we'd like to discuss, we can.
Well, let's take this back to committee. Dan, Rich, if you have further questions, anybody has questions, please start using the committee forum and send those questions. And if we could have those just posted in the drive like you've been doing, then there's open communication. And so that would, to your point, would be you could send a question to Dan, but please utilize that format. Okay, moving on. Community Relations and Student Affairs, Tara.
Good morning. The committee met on April 15th at 6 o'clock, and all were present except for Dan Stanton. Was a short meeting, which was great, so I'll be real fast here, quicker than Brendan. But we discussed, Dr. Burgess provided an update on the in-person strategic planning sessions, and I believe everyone was able to attend either North or Voorhees. So he shared that the data was well received and has given us a clear sense of direction for where the district should be in the next 5 years. The process of developing the goals and objectives is underway, and the feedback so far, including from staff, has been overwhelmingly positive. Dr. Burgess did mention that the plan is underway within the right time frame, and we should have data before the next May meeting. If you go in, there's a notebook LM, and we recommend everybody to go in to look at the data and come up with any ideas for the mission vision statement. There was a few areas where we played around with AI, and then Mr. Lordi came up with a mission statement that was well received. So that's still in the process. So if anyone has any ideas or want to put more thought into the finalized mission statement, that would be fabulous. So right now everything is in process. We're on schedule, and everything should be for our next meeting. And then once that is done, the strategic plan will be built and will be put in place before the beginning of the 25-26 school year. And it was short and sweet, and we're done. If there's any questions, or if you haven't participated or looked at the notebook LM, I recommend you to do so.
I only shared the notebook alone with committee members, but if
Okay,
anyone else is
yeah.
interested,
Yeah.
if anyone else is interested in it, let me know.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Shoot me a quick email, just so,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, great.
That way I get a
How
list.
about you take a number and just send it to them? How many people want it?
Okay,
I
yeah.
think it's only a couple.
Okay.
And then just saves yourself the trip of all those emails.
Christina
Nicole.
and Nicole
And Beth.
Beth.
and Beth.
Beth and
I got
Angela.
Beth, yep.
Rich,
And
Beth,
Angela.
in there.
So there's 4.
You got it.
Yeah.
Okay, moving forward, can we please have a personnel committee report?
Delegates.
Delegates.
Why, I told you this to tell you.
It's
tomorrow.
12:30.
It's 12:30. I've been doing, yeah. Delegates report, sorry.
I sent everybody link to the delegates handbook, and there's 3 resolutions. The delegate assembly will be next Saturday at the Mercer County Community College. So if you want to attend, just do an RSVP, but we only have 1 voting delegate, but it's really worth the while to be
It's
there.
still virtual, though. You can 9 to 12. Didn't it say it was still?
Yeah, so you can watch.
So you could
it online.
attend virtual, but no participation, but we wouldn't anyway, Tara, as our voting delegate.
Exactly. And if anyone has any questions, the subcommittee had recommended the 3 resolutions, but they're kind of interesting because we brought it up looking at the nursing and not having bachelor. So that's one of the resolutions that's coming up because of the nursing shortages. So that was brought forth by just Franklin Township in Warren County. So that's an interesting one, and the subcommittee recommends the resolution, and as the verbiage has been presented there. And if you go in and click on it, you can see the resolution. The other one that was interesting is that regarding attendance, the Kit Tinney, Sussex County proposed new language for students that are trade show, any state or that they're not penalized for going to events that's part of their VOTEC programs or other, we have our academies. So when they're gone from their other classes, they're not penalized because they're participating in a program like that. So that's positive. And then the other one was recognizing the interscholastic e-sport activities. It's not mandatory, but there's a focus on the whole of all of these other extracurricular activities and students being able to receive varsity letters. It's not mandated, but they are recommending that those kind of interscholastic activities are recognized just like we recognize sports, and that the students can receive the appropriate recognition. And we've heard a lot. Students, their effort should be recognized too. So whether it's giving them a letter or not, or a recognition that they participated, whatever, extracurricular, that we as school districts do that. So.
Thank you, Tara.
You're welcome.
Now the personnel.
Well, it's Hunterdon delegate.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yes. Well, you don't have a report. You have a date.
Yeah, there
and a
was nothing
special
to
date.
report. There was no meeting in April, but the last meeting for the school year is this coming Thursday. And it would be great to have anybody there who can make it. You can still register. You could either be virtual, or there is going to be dinner if you attend that early. The big part of it is Megan Lewick is going to be recognized and celebrated for her nomination, not nomination, but her award of Teacher of the Year, math teacher at North Hunterdon, so that's exciting. And also, it's the end of the year voting for officers, and our own Tara is one of the candidates for president.
Yay!
Yes.
Yep, congratulations.
So that's it for that one.
Now we can go to personnel.
Now we can go to personnel. We're trying to move it.
Okay, so for personnel, we were all in attendance. We met on April 16th at 6:30, and we discussed the personnel committee agenda.
I need a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 04295252 for an executive session to discuss matters reflected in the attached resolution. The board expects to be in executive session for 30 minutes.
Not even.
For 1 hour, and upon return to public session, action will be taken.
If we're there an hour, somebody's serving me breakfast. I'm sorry.
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays or abstentions? All right.
Yeah, I second.
All right.
session.
Second.
Beth and Nicole. Sorry. All in favor?
Aye.
Any abstentions or no's? It's a long night. Wow. Call for a motion second to approve agenda items to include 21.1 and 21.2.
So moved.
Beth and
Dan.
Beth and Dan. Okay, we need a roll call vote.
Is this the one?
Yes.
Yeah,
So
so it's a roll call. So
it's a roll call, so he'll go around and he'll let you know.
All right. Christina Cagno?
Yes for 21.1 and abstain from 21.2.
Wait, 21.1? Oh.
Okay. Ryan Chapman?
Yes.
Angela Danini?
Yes.
Nicole Gallo?
Yes. Do I have to, can I pull some stuff out or no? I vote yes to 21.1, but no to 2.2 and the 2.8.
Okay. Tara Hintz?
Yes.
Beth Coltrane?
Yes.
Rich Lordy?
I vote yes to all except 2.2 and 2.8, I vote no.
Okay. Brendan McCack, Isaac?
Yes.
Yes. Cynthia Reed? Cynthia?
I abstain from 21.2, and for 21.1, I vote yes, except for 2.2 and 2.8.
Okay. Dan Span?
Yes.
Jessica?
Yes.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
Thank you. And Kimberly Selena?
Yes to 21.2, and 21.1 is no to 2.2 and 2.8.
But it's yes as to the rest of 21.1.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so. It'll take a few minutes to figure that out. Should we make Christmas? All over the place here. Well, actually, with the yeses that I have that were full yeses and not just partial yeses, I got 6.5. That's not the total vote because this is broken into segments here, so there's more. Overall, item 21 for personnel is going to carry.
Yes.
Okay, it's carried.
Yeah.
I'll figure out the details of the abstentions, et cetera. That'll show up in your minutes, okay?
Mm-hmm. Okay, moving on. Old and new business, I wanted to make note, Brendan sent a request, and old and new business should be anything that you want to move into committee. You want something to be in committee. It's not something to go a fest where you're just listing everything out and laying it out. And that, I think the list that we have to go over, that compilated from February, there's things that could be sent to committees. So again, I'm asking you to use the committee process, send it to the chair, copy Dr. Burjack's, and send it to, copy myself, and utilize the process.
Okay.
So there are things that are on the list. I will go through them with Dr. Burjack's, and we will address them, and we'll put it on, there's a spreadsheet Dr. Burjak has updated. We had it from way back when, from 2020. We still have stuff out from 2020 that hasn't been addressed under previous. So Dr. Burjak has cleaned everything up, and we will address that and put it on there. But moving forward, old business and new business is for anything you want actionable, to see something going, a committee as a possible actionable item.
What if it's just a general question?
Send it to through the chain of command.
Well, but the question is, you sent us an email 2 days ago about the ad hoc committee. It is about committees. So you sent an email yesterday about the ad hoc committee. I just want to know when that committee was formed, who was involved in the formation of the committee, and why there are no tenured, other than yourself, board members on that committee to help address. Lots of us have been on the board multiple years, and there's not a single member, other than yourself, Kim, of an opposing opinion on that committee. You've stacked the committee.
Okay,
as
first of all, the committee was selected.
When was it selected?
That after the last meeting, it probably, when we got the RFPs listed, March, I don't even know when the deadline, April 4th. And I had sat with Dr. Burjak, and I gave him the committee.
Right, but why was it never announced to the rest of the board that you made a decision?
Because, Jessica, as I said in the email, there were time constraints. We were dealing with the budget. We had committee meetings. We couldn't get together as a committee, and it was just that process. It was not evading being not transparent.
There's 26 days between April 1st and today. We got an email last night without having a chance to even address it with the board in any of our committees, that you put a committee together over a month ago in response to the RFP process and never asked anyone on the board if they wanted to be in it, if they'd like to be included.
I did not. I created the committee.
You did?
I did.
Yeah.
I created the committee with in mind that we have board members that are right now, again, dealing with an ethics complaint. And for perception, I put together this committee, and I think the committee members, you're doing a disservice saying that there's other board members. I looked at varying, I put two new board members that were for experience, seasoned, they're seasoned, she's an educator, and fresh eyes on top of that. So it's disappointing.
So I will tell you that it feels, to the people who are not on the committee, to know that and I know for a fact, because my constituents told me about the committee because they offered you. So they knew about it before the public knew about it. You were offered. Your emails were offered. Your emails that disclosed this fact to the public before you disclosed it to your own board.
Well, how's she supposed to know that?
Yeah, wait, wait a second. Can I say one more thing?
Yes.
You'll remember 2 or 3 years, 2 years ago, when we put together the ad hoc committee, the DEI ad hoc committee, you raised the same complaint about how
that you just did.
I didn't raise any complaint because I was not here when that DEI committee was created.
Yes, you were.
I was not.
The board.
Yes, I'm a member of the board, but I was not privy to that. I was not on that committee. I did not during that selection period.
I disagree. I'm happy to pull emails.
But you did the same thing that you always complain about, which is lack of transparency, no full disclosure, nothing.
There was no lack of transparency.
But you didn't share it, Kim. It is transparent.
The RFPs went out, the proposal. Right. It was documented. It's in the drive to see.
But you named a committee, and the public found it's. And I know we're arguing for a very mute point because there's nobody here. But the point of the matter is you did, and you weren't transparent about it, and you preach transparency, open, whatever it is.
It was the discretion
of the
president. Of the president.
Just like
and I will say something, Jessica.
Yeah.
You were in the seat once before.
Twice before.
And you chose a committee and did not put it out to the group. This was for an RFP for legal. and you went through an yes, it's all public, it's still. And there was interviews, and we were not part of anything. The committee, I was on the committee. You selectively, with a previous vice president, evaded the process as well and did not include anyone. So
I don't think that's the case, and I think we can go back and look at that.
we can go back and look at
And I
that.
don't even think it matters because it's water under the bridge. But Kim, you're just so hypocritical, though. You say something out of one side of your mouth, and you do exactly the opposite on the other. And
I disagree. I disagree.
Okay, we can agree to disagree.
I think I put together.
You know what? At 1:30 in the morning, I'm done arguing with you.
And they will do their due diligence.
I'm sure they will, but
And you're
but
being
you don't allow-
disrespectful to other
come
board
on.
members
Come on,
who
Kim.
have
It's
been
not
selected to sit on the
disrespectful.
committee.
It's not disrespectful to any other board members. It's disrespectful to the ones you didn't tell about it. That's who it's disrespectful to, because you
Jessica.
didn't respect us enough to tell us what your
Jessica.
decision was.
Again, we were in the process trying to
Kim, there
find.
was 26 days.
Jessica.
26 days.
We had committee meetings.
Kim,
We had a
26
vacation,
days.
and we were tied up with the budget.
26 days. I'm just
So-
saying, 26 days of non-disclosure.
So,
Just saying.
I just will say that if anyone else is feeling the same, that those that are new don't have the same to offer as those that have sat here, I would just like to ask for your respect in the process, that I will bring the best that I can in that role that I've been selected.
And I'm not saying that you won't.
Thank you, Angela.
Thank you, Angela.
I would also like to add, though, just to, like, when the DEI committee was being formed, I don't recall, and I remember having this discussion with Rob, I never got an email, I never got any, like, hey, if anybody wants to be on.
No, we did.
Hold on, I'm
Yeah,
speaking.
we
Hold
were
on, I'm
interested.
speaking. Okay, are we finished? Okay. That I wasn't aware of the committee being chosen either. And when I finally reached out to Rob, Rob was like, oh yeah, the committee's been chosen. I'm like, well, I didn't get any email, I didn't get any notification. And he said, he's like, oh, okay, well, we kind of have so and so many people. Let me reach out to the committee to see if somebody would want to step off to allow you to be on, which was a nice thing to do. But again, it wasn't broadcasted to the board asking for people to be on.
That's wrong.
Oh, yes, it was. That's a lie.
No.
Oh, no, not on the
all right, ladies, gentlemen, it's 1:30 in the morning.
That's the truth.
It's 1:30 in the morning. We are going to convene.
That's not the truth, Nicole.
That's
You
your
remember
version.
having a conversation with Rob Kirschberger.
Okay.
Completely remember.
Happy to forward you.
Moving
email.
forward.
But one thing, Kim, if I can,
Yes.
one thing if I can add, Jessica, respectfully, I'd like to correct what you said in regards to stacking the board. If you recall, I agreed with you on 2 votes on the attorney. So I don't know if, and I believe Angela did as
No,
well.
I'm not saying that
So if
I'm
you're
not-
saying, but I need to
Yeah.
correct you. So if you're saying that she stacked the committee, I don't know how that can apply to
You
Angela and
had-
I
you-
when both of us agreed
Right.
with you.
You
So I
agreed
just,
with
all
me.
I wanted to say.
You agreed with me on the semantics of firing the attorney, or displacing the attorney or switching the attorney at the time, but it doesn't mean that I'm not saying you're not, I'm losing my train of thought. And I just lost it. And I'm not going to argue with you because it's 1:30 in the morning and I
Right.
can't think straight at this point.
It's
I
fine.
just know that I feel, my personal opinion, is there is a lack of transparency between you and the whole board.
Yeah.
And again, that's your opinion.
Yeah,
Okay.
it is, and I'm expressing it.
Thank you.
In new business,
It's
world.
Brian?
Just ask you to repeat maybe, but clarify, you said you chose the the committee members to avoid the ones that are under the ethics.
Because we would be interviewing the attorneys. And I have said this before, in my opinion and perception, it's a conflict of interest. And so I chose board members who were not conflicted.
And
Who
so-
happens to be everyone.
Well-
That's not everyone, we're a board of 12, for goodness
Exactly,
sakes.
and 8 of us are up on ethics charges,
So Brian?
Just an observation, if you didn't like, or if Nicole didn't like how a previous committee was set up, and you're using them as examples of, well, no, we did it this way before, if you didn't think that was the best practice,
Why'd you do it?
maybe we should change that.
Yeah.
If I didn't think what was a best practice?
If you didn't think setting up a committee in
That was my comment.
No, that was Nicole's
That was
comment,
my
not my
comment.
comment.
But that had nothing to do
That
with
had
him
nothing-
selecting
yeah.
the committee.
That was my selecting the committee.
I remember having a 30-minute conversation with Rob.
So I chose individuals on the board, and that is my prerogative. I put the committee together. I gave it to Dr. Berjaks. We posted, Doug posted the proposal for legal. April 4th was the deadline. We had them come in. It was late, trying to get everyone together, trying to commit, and then we got into committees and other. Yeah, so we
You never
haven't
asked
moved,
for
it's fresh,
volunteers or anyone
because we
else?
don't have to have a decision through May or June.
I'm just asking, so your position is, this is the job, one of the job functions of the president is to set up these committees without input from anybody else. So if you're someday sitting not in that seat anymore and it happens again to you, you'll be fine with that?
It is the nature of what it is. It's the president's role, and it has.
But you'd be okay being on the receiving end?
I've been on the receiving end.
Exactly, but so you're doing it as punishment or retaliation, or what is your motive?
No,
Because you sound like you are.
I respected the board president. It was Rich Kirchberger, yourself, whoever's here. It wasn't an issue. They chose the committee.
It was an issue. There have been issues you have expressed in the past about non-transparency, and this is one of them.
Well, I'm sorry you feel that way, but
it's
this
the
is
truth.
the committee, this was chosen,
That's
and we're
fine.
moving forward.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Why don't we adjourn?
Well, but I
All right.
have new
Oh.
business.
Oh, okay,
Yes.
Kara.
Thank you. I'd like to I've heard from 3 constituents regarding gas lines up to Voorhees, and they've been told that if Voorhees puts it in, they can get them. They're on the line coming up from 78. So I don't know if it's been looked at by the VA, and if it'd be cost efficient for us, but these homes that are on their way up from 78 can't get it unless Voorhees commits. And I don't know if we've ever looked at it to see if it's a cost reduction to have natural
Like public gas?
Natural
Yeah.
gas.
Natural gas.
Yeah,
Yes,
natural
doesn't
gas.
matter.
Yeah, delivered up
So
as-
I don't know if the FFT can look at that
Sure.
and, you know,
Yeah.
and see
Great
if
idea,
it
Kara.
would
I did it
reduce
for
cost
my
of
house.
things, and then it would help constituents to get it.
Yeah, I didn't even
Is
know
that because
Yeah.
the Voorhees runs on what, propane or something?
Actually, it runs on propane
Propane,
and fuel.
And there's the gas lines coming up, there's the cost to go, they won't go all the way up to, unless Voorhees is committed, so.
Somebody's got to pay, yeah.
Yeah,
Don't do it.
so-
I did it for my house.
Yeah.
They said if so many people on the street commit,
Exactly.
they'll run it up the
So they've
street.
reached out to me to say, hey, can we bring it up because it would be a benefit for the district to reduce costs, who knows?
Yeah.
So if we could look at that, that would
And
be.
it is a big cost saving versus propane.
Yeah,
Big
so,
time, yeah.
Yeah.
And then who's the one who has to incur the cost about tapping into it, though?
They
Would
do
be-
it.
They do.
They
That's
do.
part of the
Yeah.
project.
They bring it up to the hat.
To the
You just have to
Yeah,
convert it, or
that's
you're-
the question, where they bring it.
They run the line. And then
So
you
the
bring it
gas
on.
company
benefit-
will run the line,
they
Voorhees
benefit
wouldn't
from it,
have
too.
to fit that bill.
Correct.
So all of our constituents going up to there,
Yeah.
we're not gonna put it up 513 to that point unless they have 40, so.
Yeah.
Good to know.
It's a good, yeah.
That would be great.
Okay, we'll investigate who to contact and
Yeah.
give you an update.
Okay, thank
Bring it
you.
to FFT.
I just have a quick new business. I just want to acknowledge Katie Blue, our school business administrator, who is on leave right now. I think she's amazing at her job. She deserves everything she gets. The millions of dollars she saved us in grants and everything she's done in the past to save us millions, literally millions of dollars. She deserves every dollar she gets.
Yeah.
That's all
I
I'm gonna
second
say.
that.
Yeah.
Here.
Here.
I don't see
Is that
any
supposed to be
reason why-
talked about in a committee?
Yeah.
I'm
Doing
sorry?
new businesses and stuff like that?
why don't
You made
we-
a statement.
can we just-
Okay, I'd like to call for a motion second to adjourn. Oh, Angela.
Sorry. I'm not sure which committee to take this to, but in our drive, it looks like we have 30-plus people that have access to our board drive. So I don't know what committee to give that to, but it's a little.
I've already
Oh,
addressed
you did?
that
Okay.
with
We did,
Dr.
we handled it
Berjak,
together.
so we handled it.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. It should, but it was as of a day or two ago.
Yeah, it was just
So if you
recent.
check now and you see something that looks out of the ordinary, let me know.
But what might also apply to that, for example, is like our agenda and the attachments in there that are public are in our folder. So we need, I don't know what committee can look at that, but it would be that we should be saving PDFs and attaching it to the website for people to access. But what happens is the way in which it's set up now, then people have access to it, which means that they're in our drive. There should really be a clear distinction.
I agree with that. I didn't even know there was a way that, I don't even know.
People in there. Yeah, so.
Yeah, we can look at tightening that up.
Yeah, if you go in the drive and you're on a page, you can click at the top and see how many people are in there. And there were people that we questioned, why are they still in there?
There's attorneys, there's administration, there's all kinds of.
So Dr. Burjak has addressed that.
Curriculum, instruction, and technology, I can report out on that next. I can report out on what we did at curriculum, instruction, and technology. That's all right.
Okay.
Okay, Angela, that's good. I call for a motion, second to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, that was Jessica
All in
and
favor?
Angela. All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays or abstentions?
Thank you.
Thank you.